Welcome to the stream. It's Saturday night. Saturday night Higurashi. Ended up being a night stream because I was busy during this day. Early morning delivery of furniture, and then I was assembling said furniture, and then had to do my normal weekly grocery run that I normally do not wait to the weekends to do because I hate going to the grocery store on a weekend, but I put it off, unfortunately, so I had to do that, and then hung out for the rest of the afternoon doing other things. So we're here now. I've eaten. I've done some things. I cleaned some things. And now we're just going to sit here and read in my chilly apartment here to the masses. Reading Higurashi to the masses. For your enjoyment, hopefully. Unless you're, for some reason, a hate watcher, and you watch this just to hate for some reason. I would imagine that doesn't fit anyone, but don't want to potentially rule out anyone's reason to watch and exist, you know? Who am I to say? Actually, I kind of like the idea that someone... It would be very funny if there was just a person out there, a person or two, that watches because they hate me or Higurashi for some reason, and they've made it this far into the series. I have no other option but to applaud. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Hope you had a great Saturday. Uncharacteristic of me, I actually did remember yesterday. So if you watched the end of the last stream, there was some weird... The Higurashi crashed twice over at the very end. So yesterday, or was it? No, it was this morning. It was one of the things I did this morning. I'm getting my days mixed up. But this morning, I went ahead and got through the part we already read and saved. It wasn't too bad. I actually left it on auto reading while I went to go take a shower or something. And then just got to the save point where we were at. So no surprises here when we click continue and then it's back to way earlier in the story or anything like that. Don't you worry your pretty little faces. Anything to say here? I keep joking around. I mean it this time, though. I do mean it when I say it. This is the third to last main series Higurashi stream, if not less. But I'm going to say, for safety, third to last. Obviously, next Tuesday, then, being the second to last. And then a week from today. I was going to say, I was caught between saying today and tonight. A week from tonight. Higurashi finale next Saturday. To be on the safe side, I'm envisioning... What day of the week is that? Or wait... Okay, it's 14th. I'm imagining we start kind of early, just to give ourselves time to make sure. So, imagine early afternoon, probably at the latest start time next week on the finale of Higurashi. I say that because two things, and I want to point that out here to begin with, because on the very off chance that you're a YouTube VOD watcher, because I imagine this is, let me check the YouTube VODs real quick. This stream is going to go up, I'm doing math, on the 10th, on a Tuesday. So, on the odd chance that you want to watch then the finale live, then it's happening December 14th. Early afternoon start at the latest. And that start time, good, because I know there are out-of-country watchers that then are only able to watch, how would I say, that, the normal start times here that we do at night, doesn't really accommodate. So I'm being slightly more accommodating, but not just for you, but for my schedule as well. And because we're going to be, going for the finale there a week from now. Yeah. So there you go. You have a chance. You have a chance. And I'm telling you, a few days before it happens, December 14th, finale, Higurashi. And if you're on YouTube, you're watching the YouTube VOD, and you're like, I don't know, what is Twitch? Or what's your Twitch account? It is twitch.tv/bubmanXIV. Kind of like how the YouTube is, slightly. But anyway, where were we at? We have Rika hiding, and Satoko hiding, acting like they're sick, but they're not sick. They're hiding in the bunker at Mion's place. The whole friend group is in on the plan. They know everything. Fucking Akasaka is occupying Rika and Satoko's place of housing to throw off Mio, Takano, and the other mountain dogs. Or just the mountain dogs, not the other mountain dogs. We have, let's see, other players in this. Oishi is now keyed in, and he seems like he's willing to risk his pension and retirement. That's what it seems like it's happening. He seems gung-ho. We have Akasaka, we have Irie, he's in on it. He's like, oh man, this Takano character, how did I not see that she was fucking nuts a long time ago? You have Tomatake somewhere in the background, apparently doing research on, and like trying to see Takano slipping up kind of thing. Something tells me that that's not going to work, or something will go wrong there. But who knows? And I think that's pretty much it. Like I said, we have all of the friend group is the club members are in on it, and they're just gonna. It's time to fight. It's time to fight. No tips. No tips for you. Third to last Higurashi stream of the main series. I can't stress this enough. There's more Higurashi streams after we hit the finale to Chapter 8. Oh god, there's still so much Higurashi streams. Don't you worry. Again, don't worry your pretty little faces. I'm speaking to you. Don't worry them. There will be Higurashi in 2025. Okay. There's like a smudge on my glasses, and it's like bothers me to read. If I have a smudge on my glasses, what the hell? I can't be expected to read under these circumstances. Better. It was past midnight and almost dawn. The very quiet time of the night. We're staying up late and getting up early melded together. Oh yeah, the whole thing at the very end of the last stream. I got thrown off because of the game crashing. But it was basically like, hey, when's the best time to strike? Because they're going to act like I skipped over this whole thing in the recap here. They're going to act like Rika's dead. And that it had been 48 hours past her death. And I think they're going to try to feed that information directly to the Irie Institute so that they avoid panicking the village, but also basically hoping that info reaches upwards, and then trying to like kneecap the what did they call it? The emergency action plan, whatever the fuck it was called. Schmerbency. Whatever the fuck that was called. Which basically said, hey, within 48 hours, the village goes crazy if Rika's dead. That's why they're like, their plan is, hey, and I stand by what I said last stream of this, where it seems kind of crazy, this plan, but whatever. It just might be crazy enough to work, is the thing. And that's what I failed to understand last stream. If a plan is crazy, it just might be crazy enough to work, as I always say. So, yeah, their plan is to feed the information that Rika, since she's been missing from school, whatever fake lie that Rika's been dead for the past over 48 hours. And then the powers that be, they think, are like, oh, well, we don't have to execute this plan because 48 hours have passed and the village hasn't gone crazy, and so they're trying to strip away the powers of Takano, basically, because they're under the understanding that Takano, as we've seen, and kind of quite miraculously through the collective of the friend group, the club group, but also Mion specifically, I think, came up with this point that, like, hey, why would she want to do this if it's her research plan and she cares about this research? Oh, is it to get back at the people above kind of thing because they cut off funding kind of thing? So it was all pieced together. So they're thinking, hey, if we can stop this, then we win. But we don't know. The very quiet time of the night, we're staying up late and getting up early melded together. Oh, so I reread the lines, so now I understand why I stopped myself. So their whole idea is, hey, let's not wait. Let's not do it late at night or during the day. Let's do it like crack of dawn, basically, to catch our enemies off guard the most, is their idea. That exact thing was happening in the offices of Okinogi gardeners. There were only 2 people on guard duty, and they were playing cards. They weren't sentries, so they really didn't need to be on guard all the time. However, they weren't allowed to fall asleep either. After the TV broadcast went off the air a little past midnight, they usually ended up playing cards. Suddenly, the phone rang. The phone was right nearby, so one of them answered immediately. Thank you for calling. This is Okinogi Gardeners.
Hi.
Yes? What? Sorry, I'm going to adjust audio just slightly there. Alright, suddenly the man taking the call stood up with a jolt. He even hit his knee against a desk, but it was too panicked to care. Takano dashed into the underground security room in a hurry. I'm sorry to bother you, Major. Forget the coffee. Give me an update. Are you sure about this? Yes.
At
4:15 a.m., a body found in the Okinomiya jurisdiction was identified as R. How could that be? R's homesick with a cold, isn't she? You were observing her, weren't you? Major.
話に続きがありまして、沖宮署の諜報員によると、死後48時間が経過しているとか。
According to an intelligence agent at Okinomiya PD, at least 48 hours have passed since her death. Takano could feel her blood freezing, starting from her feet. She just couldn't believe what was happening. At least 48 hours? At least 48 hours since the death of the Queen Carrier? Takano just couldn't understand. Man, we were right in the action here tonight. Alright, that can't be right! Why are the villagers still so composed? They could have developed terminal symptoms as early as after 36 hours, which was last night.
しかし、諜報員によると、これはかなり確実性の高い情報とのことで。
But according to the intelligence agent, this is reliable information.
村への進行上の影響を危惧して、現在 署内に強い観光令が敷かれているということです。
And the station was even put under a gag order because they were fearful of the religious impact it could have on the village.
確実性が高いって言うなら、あんたたちが見張ってたあの家のフルでリカは誰なのよ。
What do you mean? Then who do you have observing that house? Oh, whoa, I fucked up. I accidentally clicked on... Ooh, let me see if I can... Oh man, I really... What's that? Oh, the box is moving! I'm breaking immersion! Alright, I think that's fine. There we go. Let me check the... I want to check OBS. Sorry about that. I accidentally started reshaping the window because I had a misclick with my mouse there. I think we're fine. What if I do this, though? Oh. Okay, let's not do that. Sorry, everyone. What do you mean? Then who do you have observing the house? Professional streamer. Major, our observation system is perfect. Rika Furude is there at the house. Ever since we started, she hasn't even stepped out of the house once. Director Irie confirmed it himself. It's just impossible. Oh, is she gonna... How quick does Takano figure out that she's being played? Then how do you explain this? The police department is saying that the body is Rika, and that it's been over 48 hours since her death, right? Are you telling me they're lying? A lie? A lie? That's right. Maybe it's a mistake. I was planning to fake my death using an operative from the Gifu Police Department tonight. This is the same thing. Yes, it's a lie. It must be a mistake. Takano wasn't confused because she was still half asleep. No, Takano was afraid. Her grandfather wrote in his article that within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death, everyone in the village would develop terminal stage symptoms. This would mean that he had been wrong. What about everyone who believed his words? What would they think? Excuse me, Major. There's a phone call from Nomura-san in Tokyo. Gah. Why is that woman calling me now? While I'm on the phone, check the body the police found immediately. We can't. Not right now. When our agents come in, we'll have them approach the station and observe what's going on. And what time is that? 5? 6? It needs to be done as soon as possible. Tell them to hurry up. Good morning. Takano here. All the unit members were gathered in the office of Okinogi Gardeners, which served as garrison for the mountain dogs in Okinomiya. Oh, that smirk. That damn smirk. I see. As soon as you find something from the police, call both me and the Major. By the way, regarding the observation system at the R residence, why didn't you confirm that she's home? We assumed she didn't pick up the phone because she was sick with a cold. Oh, I really hope he says, well, the classic line, well, you know what they say about assuming. You and me, asses.
その後、入江所長が訪問し、在宅を確認したため、それをもって在宅確認としておりました。
Director Irie went by and confirmed her presence, so we just took him at his word.
Amazing.
Naive. Uh-oh. So there is someone at the R residence, that's for sure, right? I didn't quite consider this, but like, let's say like everyone in the club makes it out. Is there a chance that we do lose someone? Like, I still think we lose Tomitake somehow. He just feels like he's always destined to die. But like, are we gonna lose? Like, I could totally see this, like, especially with this, how this is rolling out, like, we lose Akaska. Like, to save everyone else, it's his fate to, like, die. Like, I could see that being, like, some kind of bittersweet thing. Look at me still making predictions, like, this close to the end, you know? To the end.
Hi.
Yes.
それは間違いなく。
There's someone there.
隊長、
Commander,
R 宅に突入しては
why don't we enter the residence?
まだギリギリ可能な時間帯です。
We still have a little time.
そいつはサンサの許可がなけりゃできん。
We can't do that without approval from the major.
サンサも沖宮署の件が判明するまで突入許可は出すまい。
I'm sure she won't let us until she confirms the matter at the Okinomiya PD.
突入命令に備えて R 宅監視を増員。
In preparation for that order, please increase the number of observers at the residence.
8人体制に増やせ。
At least 8 people.
隊長、今日は境内で祭りがある日です。
Commander, there will be a festival at the shrine later today.
監視はできるでしょうが、突入はおそらく本日深夜まで不可能です。
We can observe, but I don't think it'll be possible to enter until tomorrow around midnight.
うまいタイミングだ。
Shit. What lousy timing.
うますぎる。
Wait,
うますぎるんじゃねえのかこいつは。
this is too much of a coincidence, don't you think? Okanogi's rusty yet wild instincts were sounding an alarm. He sensed that someone was attacking them. He sensed that his enemy had begun to attack. He realized that the enemy had taken the initiative. People usually take a deep breath before they attack. That moment right before they strike is their most vulnerable. Okanogi assumed that whoever his enemy was, they were led by an excellent commander who knew the precise moment to strike.
そういや富武に
By the way, about First Lieutenant Tomitake.
先日の診療所での会合に欠席したってな。
They said he didn't show at the clinic's meeting the other day.
でしたでしょうか。確認させます。
Is that right? I'll have someone check on him.
サンサ、俺に奴がどこに行ったか知らないかとか聞いたよ
The major asked me if I knew where he went.
まさか富武兄が。
Do you think it's First Lieutenant Tomitake?
な。ウグイスで富武の寝床を確認しろ。
Have Nightingale check Tomitake's hotel room.
こいつは一杯食わされたかもしらんぞ。
Shit, he tricked us.
さて、もう後戻りはできんぞい。
Well, we can't turn back now.
さて、これで大山明堂して何が出るっすかね。
Let's see what happens next. Kumagai was trembling with excitement.
クマちゃん、
Kuma-chan,
私は通信センターの方へ様子を見てきます。
I'm going to check the communication center.
ここは絶対に死守してください。
Hold down the fort.
なっせ、
You bet.
死んでも誰も通さないです。
Nobody will get through here. Over my dead body.
後のわしの役目はかかってくる電話をごまかすことだの。
All I have to do now is handle the phone calls.
わしもわしの持ち場へ戻るぞい。
I'm going back to my post.
熊谷、ここは頼むぞ。
Kumagai, take care of this place, okay?
任してください。
You can count on me. Kumagai closed the door quietly and stood in front of it. This was his chance to show Oishi what he was made of. Oishi was on his way to the communication center. All radio communications and phone calls passed through there first. During business hours, each section answered its own phone calls, but when they aren't open, the communication center answers them instead.
どうですかこちらは。
How's it going here?
はい。
Well,
ついさっき外線経由が鑑識課の直通番号に1本。
there was an outside call for forensics calling directly just a few minutes ago.
相手は
Who called?
県警本部大高警部です。
It was Chief Inspector Otaka.
おお、大高君か。
Oh, Otaka-kun.
へえ。
Here? Oishi grinned. The enemy had started to move. They must have bribed someone inside the police department to be their spy. And he had started to move just as they planned. Oishi was surprised to learn that it had been Otaka. Oishi had never liked Otaka, probably because he constantly boasted about his academic background and always opposed Oishi, who believes in relying on experience. They didn't get along at all when they worked together at the prefectural police department.
通話が終わったようです。
The phone call has ended.
じい様に聞いてみよ
I'm going to ask the old man.
う。ピッポッパッと。あ、もしもし。
Let's see. Hello?
おーっと、大丈夫。私ですよ。
Oh, it's me. Don't worry.
いかがでした？
So how was it?
青にさいが生きがりおってから
That greenhorn sure put on airs.
鼻であしらってやったわ。
So I just snubbed him.
やっこさん、トサカに来とる。
the idiot sure got mad.
所長の出勤を待って、朝一でこっちに直接踏み込んでくるぞ。
He'll come here as soon as the marshal gets in.
相変わらずことを派手にしたがる性分だな。
That's so like him.
てめえの体一つで喧嘩もできないんですかね。
He can't even fight by himself.
わしもますますに面白くなってきたぜ。
This is getting more interesting by the minute.
今の電話で眠気が飛んだわ。
That phone call woke me up completely.
やはりいるな。
Just like you said.
お前の言う怪しげな連中がゾロゾロと這い出してくるのを感じるぜ。
There are plenty of suspicious goings on out there. I can just feel it. Well, things are getting interesting now. What's up next? Hey, demons over here. Come further in.
もしもし、富武です。
Hello? This is Tomatake.
おはようございます。富武に。
Good morning, First Lieutenant Tomatake.
早朝にすみません。
Sorry to bother you this early.
山犬に動きがありましたので、ご連絡します。
I'm calling to let you know that the mountain dogs have made a move.
つい先ほど、山犬の全隊員に非常招集がかけられました。
Just a little while ago, all the members were called in because of an emergency.
目的は不明です。
We don't know the reason yet.
そうですか。
I see.
動きがありましたか。
So it's finally started. Tomatake turned on the light next to his bed and put on his glasses as he answered.
それから、そちらの警察内で妙な情報が流れています。
Also, there's been a rumor going around in the police department over there.
まだ裏付けが取れませんが、女王感染者であるフルデリカの死体が発見されたというのです。
We haven't confirmed it yet, but the Queen Carrier's dead body was found.
え、
What?
詳しい話を。
Tell me more. Oh yeah, he wouldn't have been clued in on this being part of the plan, right?
収容されていた身元不明死体の身元がフルデリカだったというものです。
Supposedly, an unidentified body turned out to be Rika Furude.
死後48時間を経過しているとか。
They say she died over 48 hours ago.
緊急マニュアル第34号の発令基準を超えた事態ですが、現在のところ南沢地区は平穏が保たれているとのことです。
It's past the time limit emergency manual 34, but there's been no change in Hinamizawa so far.
そちらでは何か情報が入っていませんか？
Have you heard anything?
いえ、私は沖宮にいますので分かりませんが、それはありえないでしょう。
No, I'm in Okinomiya, so I didn't know. But that isn't possible.
多分、女王感染者の死亡は何かの誤報だと思います。
It must be some kind of mistake.
こちらも誤報を疑っていますが、分析では情報の精度は極めて高く、
That's what we think.
間違いないとのことです。
That's what we think too. But according to our analysis, the information is very reliable, and it's almost a certainty.
未確認ですが、鑑識課職員複数が証言しているとも。
We haven't confirmed it yet, but multiple forensic departments workers have testified. Forensics department workers have testified.
しかし、
But Tomatake realized something. He realized that the Okinomiya police station was Oishi's territory. He also realized that this must be the work of Rika and her friends. Tomatake tried to think calmly. Even if they didn't know who their enemy was, it's obvious the emergency manual is in the signal for an explosion. So they must have come up with the idea to destroy that signal. foundation of the emergency manual is that unless something is done about it within 48 hours after the Queen Carrier's death, all the villagers will develop terminal stage symptoms. So if nothing happens after 48 hours, there's no need for the emergency manual. And with that, the mountain dogs have been called in.
もしもし
Hello?
富武に
First Lieutenant Toмотake?
はい、失礼。
Sorry.
どうやら現状を考えると、入江機関に不穏な動きがないと断言することは難しいようです。
Considering the current situation, it'll be hard to tell if anything suspicious is happening at the Erie Institute.
一切に入江機関を緊急査察されるよう進言をお願いします。
Please ask the Colonel to check immediately.
また、最悪の事態に備え、番犬部隊への予備命令も進言します。
Also, in case of emergency, can you make sure the Bloodhounds are ready to deploy?
了解しました。
Roger that.
9時になればもっとまとまった連絡が入ってくると思います。
We should have more information by 9 a.m.
山犬造反となればそちらも危険です。
If the mountain dogs revolt, it'll become very dangerous here.
十
Or
分
there.
ご注意を。
Please be very cautious.
もちろん、用心してます。
Of course, I'll be careful.
では、次の定期連絡は9時に。
I'll talk to you again at 9 a.m. It was 6 a.m. Tonotake would get another call in 3 hours.
ウグイス1より前へ。
Nightingale 1 to all units.
富武は406号室だ。
Tomatake is in room 406.
屋外監視、問題ないか。
Observation team, do you see anything?
ウグイス4野外監視問題なし
This is Nightingale 4. Nothing from the outside.
ウグイス5、フロア問題なし。
This is Nightingale 5. Nothing on this floor.
ウグイス3、室内は無音。
This is Nightingale 3. There's no sound in the room.
多分、就寝してます。
Probably asleep. There was a do not disturb sign on Tomatake's door. Perhaps he stayed up very late last night and was planning to sleep in. This was a great chance for the Nightingales.
いいか、生かして捕らえろ。
Be sure to capture him alive.
三佐のオーダーだぞ。
It's an order from the Major.
始めろ。
Let's go. They tried to break into Tomatake's room very quietly. Obviously, it was a simple job for them to pick a hotel room's lock. The two members at the door communicated with each other using sign language. Even knowing he was asleep, it would be a good idea not to barge in. They opened the door very cautiously and very quietly. The room's interior was organized but tasteless, typical of cheap hotels. The only furnishings were a bed, a small desk, and a coin-operated TV. Clearly, only one person could stay in this room. And there in the bed, Tomatake. Couldn't be found. Da-da!
どうしたウグイス3、応答しろ。
What's wrong, Nightingale 3? Respond.
そう、もぬけの殻です。
Shit, this room is empty! It was still early in the morning, but the room was empty.
どういうことでしょう
What's going on?
富武には野鳥撮影と散策の趣味がありました
Tomatake likes to take walks and also takes pictures of wild birds.
まさか早朝からどこかへ出かけているのでは
Could he have gone out to do that?
いや、違う。
No, that's not it.
こいつは多分、やられたぞ。
He might have deceived us. The do not disturb sign was on the door. With that sign there, the housekeepers wouldn't come in the room, so they wouldn't know if it was empty or not. The sign had probably been on there since at least the day before. Knowing that Tomatake was planning to stay for a long period, the hotel hadn't really paid much attention. In other words, the room had been empty since then.
多分、奴は襲撃を予見して宿を変えたんだ。
I bet he changed hotels expecting an attack.
そうか。それでしばらく姿を現さなかったのか。
I see. That's why he hasn't been seen lately.
三佐に緊急連絡。
Call the Major immediately.
ちくしょう、こっちの作戦が漏れているぞ。
Damn it, our plan has been leaked. Okanogi realized that he had been beaten to the punch. The foundation of the emergency manual had collapsed, and with that, the basis of the final operation was shaky. Okanogi felt that the Major had panicked and rushed in, confirming what was going on too hastily. If Tomatake suspected us and went into hiding, then after, caught wind of that, he was sure to come grab us by our tails.
すべてができすぎだぜ。
Everything is just too convenient.
くそ。向こうの計略に綺麗に決まっちまったみたいだぞ。
Shit, this must be exactly what the enemy planned. Okanogi tried to calm himself. If he was going to investigate in secret, he could assume that Tomatake was still nearby. The department in Tokyo must be the one conducting the investigation, so he must be waiting somewhere for a report from that department. Tomatake was probably at a new hotel, probably somewhere in Okinomiya.
東京班のカラスに連絡を取れ。
Get in touch with Crow in Tokyo.
おそらく調査部が定期連絡してる相手がいるはずだ。
It must be someone reporting to him regularly.
その相手の番号を調べさせろ。
Find the number they're calling.
そいつがシシボネ市内の番号だったらビンゴだ。
If the number is somewhere in Shishibone City, bingo! Okanogi was confident about his hunch. But if what he was thinking is correct, that meant his identity was about to be exposed. It also meant his operation had failed before it even started. But it wasn't checkmate quite yet. If he could prove that the dead body at the Okanomiya police station was an R, then everything would go back to square one. All he had to do was capture Tomatake and then check the body at the station. That was all.
隊長、カラスに連絡が取れました。
Commander, I got a hold of Crow.
通話内容は確認不能ですが、電話番号だけなら何とかできると。
They won't be able to tell what exactly they talked about, but they say they can find the phone number.
ただし、時間が欲しいそうです。
They just need a little time.
どの程度？
How much time?
ほんの数時間ほどだそうです。
Just a few hours, they said. Shit.
ほんのときた。
They want just a few hours, huh?
せかしゃしねえが、可能な限り急げと伝えろ。
Tell them I don't want to rush them, but they better be quick. It was a little past 6 a.m. It was already light outside, but still too early for the cicadas to start their morning chorus. They had endured the first wave. It was now a matter of how quickly they could recover. Okanogi just hoped that the major didn't throw a fit.
隊長、
Commander!
カラスより連絡です。電話番号は調査中。
A message from Crow. They're still looking into the phone number.
なお、調査部は9時を定時連絡時刻に定めているようです。
Also, the research division's routine check-in time is at 9 a.m.
あと3時間か。
3 more hours. He looked up at the clock. Even the little things were beginning to bother Okanogi. Every time the second hand moved, he became more impatient, realizing the check-in time was getting closer and closer.
それから、調査部長の岡一佐が番犬に対し予備命令を発令しました。
Also, Colonel Oka, head of investigations, issued a standby order to the Bloodhounds.
任務は示されていないとのことです。
He hasn't said anything about a mission yet, though.
ってことは、引っ込みがつくような招集ってわけだな。
Okay, so that means they can still stand down.
大事でなけりゃ訓練ってことにしてごまかそうってらしい。
If nothing happens, you can just play it off as a drill.
大丈夫だ。まだ時間があるってことだ。
We're okay. We still have time.
続報です。
More information!
調査部長が幕僚長の自宅へ電話しています。
The head of investigation called the chief of staff's home line.
内容は不明。
We don't have the details.
大丈夫だ。大丈夫。
We're okay. We're still okay.
まだギリギリ大丈夫だ。
It's a close call, but we're okay. The Bloodhound standby orders meant they saw a very high chance of the Irie Institute revolting. The people on site must be practically certain of it. Although it's not as difficult to execute as the emergency manual, ordering out the Bloodhounds isn't that easy. They only did so because they've realized that some kind of trouble is afoot. Okanogi was sure that the people who wanted to conclude matters peacefully were trying to settle things down by saying it was just a mistake. An order to the Bloodhounds to stand by without clarifying a mission is like a middle ground in that sense. But the head of the research division has called the... Sorry, I got distracted. But the head of the research division had called the chief of staff. This was a very dangerous situation for the Mountain Dogs. In other words, the higher ranks of the SDF, or people even higher than them, had decided that the Bloodhounds could take the field. The uniforms are hot-blooded, but the suits always push for peaceful resolutions. They still hadn't decided which way they want to go yet. Our loss wasn't certain yet. Win or tie, everything was riding on the same table. If that was the case, the call coming in at 9 a.m. from the research division didn't bode well. Okanogi couldn't say why, but he had that impression. It was just his wild instinct doing his job. He could guess that the people in Tokyo were going to ask Tomatake about the situation in detail, and then decide what to do based on that. It was possible that the head of the division, or even the chief of staff himself, might come on the phone. Then the Bloodhounds might get an order as soon as the 9 a.m. phone conversation was over, which would result in his defeat. Tokyo was still unsure. Some were still thinking it was some kind of mistake, or they wanted to think it was some kind of mistake. If Tomatake didn't answer the phone, they might send some people immediately, but they wouldn't order out the Bloodhounds. There was a chance it could end in a draw. If they found out that the body didn't actually belong to R, then, although it would corner them, they still had a good chance of winning. But they'd lose the possibility of a complete victory. Okanogi knew that Takano's clients hadn't ordered anything else but exactly that. He didn't want to admit it, but the enemy's surprise attack had succeeded.
隊長
Commander!
やかましいね、落ち着けや。
Shut up! Calm down.
連中はまだ確信してない。
They aren't sure yet.
疑っちゃいるが。 バレちゃい
They're suspicious, but they aren't sure.
ないまだギリギリ大丈夫なんだ
We're still okay.
とにかく先に情報を得た方が勝つ
Anyway, whoever gets information first wins.
連中が尻尾をつかむか俺たちが尻尾をつかむか
Either they find out something first or we do.
確かに初戦の奇襲で徹底的にやられたがまだ全滅じゃない
We were beaten in this surprise attack, but we haven't yet been annihilated.
だから白旗を上げるんじゃね
So don't you dare fly a white flag.
えとにかく待つんだ
We'll just wait.
カラスが富武の潜伏先を暴く
Crow will find out where Tomitake is.
警察の協力員が R の死亡の真偽を暴く
Our guys at the police station will expose the truth about R's death.
とにかく今は待つんだ耐えるんだ
So all we can do now is to wait and endure.
失礼します高野3佐からです
Excuse me, Major Takano is on the line.
相当ご立腹の様子です
She sounds, extremely angry.
伏してチャンスを待とうって時俺はお姫様おもりか
Shit, I don't have time to babysit a princess now.
あもしもしおこのぎです
Hello. Yes, this is Okanogi?
まあそう焦らずに
Yeah, well, don't jump to conclusions.
まだそう決まったわけじゃありませんね
It hasn't been decided yet.
まずは落ち着いてコーヒーでも
Why don't you have a cup of coffee first to calm yourself down? Yeah? Okanogi tried to change the subject while pretending to laugh, but all he could hear was Takano's frantic voice. He couldn't even understand what she was trying to say. The second hand on the clock ticked on. Who was going to be able to smile at the end of it all? Today was going to be a very long battle. Okanogi's instincts told him so. Whew. Whew. High action.
お疲れさんです
How are you doing?
今のは誰からですか
Who is it?
今度はうちの花垂所長じゃわい
It was our marshal.
だんだんと手強くなってきたぞい
They're gaining strength.
だがわしの敵じゃないな
But he's no match for me.
事務や風情が技術屋に勝てると思ったか
Does he really think an office worker can win against a technician? Ha!
しかし所長が今日所長会のゴルフでよかったわい
But I'm glad he's playing golf today.
直接来られたらちと面倒だったぞ
If he actually came over, it would have gotten a little complicated. No.
ゴルフ場から電話とは仕事してんだかしてないんだか
Did he call from a golf course? Is he working or what?
大高君め所長と一緒に乗り込みたかったろうに今頃悔しがってるぞ
I bet Ataka-kun wanted to come over with the marshal. He's probably really upset right about now.
間接攻撃でダメなら次は直接攻撃ですかね
Since an indirect attack hasn't worked, you think they'll try a direct one?
乗り込んできますか
Will
大阪のやつ
Utaka come here?
所長が捕まらないんじゃ自分で乗り込むしかないと踏むでしょう
If he can't get a hold of the chief, he'll have to.
ああもうじき8時半か
It's almost 8:30.
下の窓口が開く頃だ
The main doors will open soon. Morning had finally arrived. The chorus of cicadas had begun. That familiar sound would make one think it was just another day. But it was hardly going to be normal. It wasn't just an ordinary Sunday. Oishi and his men already realized they were grazing the tip of a huge conspiracy.
大高君の性分だと多分堂々と胸を張って正面からやってくるでしょう
Knowing how Otaka-kun is, he'll probably come through the main entrance.
自分だけが正義だと思ってるやつにありがちっすね
Yeah, that's what a guy like him would do.
わしはここで電話を耐える
I'll be here to take care of the phone calls.
お前らはそいつを頼むぞ
You guys take care of him, okay?
よしお出迎えで行きましょうかね
Okay, I'll go welcome him.
クマちゃんはここを頼みます
Kuma-chan, take care of this place. The lobby of the Okinomiya police was just like that of any other police station. It could hardly be said to have a welcoming atmosphere. Some of the tiles on the floor were broken and cracked, so sometimes people tripped on them. The spots were covered by pieces of cardboard, and there was a sign that said, "Caution, watch your step." There was also a pot with a dead plant in it. It was far from a friendly lobby. Unlike hospitals and banks, there wasn't a line of people at the counters of the police station, but there were a few sitting on a sofa waiting for the counters to open. And they would open soon. Some workers were standing by on the other side of the counters. Otaka was snobbish enough that Oishi didn't want to deal with him first thing in the morning. If only it was a pretty young woman with big boobs. Oishi and his men were on a very important job. If Otaka found out that Rika Furuda's death had been fake, the operation was finished. They're only able to shake up the enemy now while Rika Furuda's death is still on the books. They had to stall for every minute, every second they could, so Tomitake could seize hold of the tail that was popping out. So if the truth about Rika Furuda's death was exposed before Tomitake had that chance, the enemy would recover. The emergency manual would regain its credibility, and although the enemy wouldn't enact it immediately, they would try again for sure. Rika Furude had detected the conspiracy ahead of time, but that was a miracle. The divine wins. Japan had prevented Mongol invasions twice in the past with such miracles, but nothing like that happened during World War II. They might not be so lucky next time. They might not get another chance. There might be no next time at all. Unless they defeated them this time, they would never win again. While it was possible to do some serious damage, a tied game would inevitably lead to the enemy's victory. They had to completely expose what the enemy was up to, allowing Tomitake to call in a suppression unit to defeat them. That was why Oishi had to stop their vanguard here. His job, therefore, was an extremely important one. If the enemy's conspiracy succeeded, Hinamizawa would be destroyed, and more than 2,000 villagers would be executed in a gas disaster. Either way, the incident would never go public, but people's lives depended on him. Oishi was violating his professional duties. However, he had to do what was right. Oishi thought back to when the old man taught him that. Someone who, despite the hot weather, was wearing a suit, came in through the automatic sliding door. He had two of his colleagues with him. He was showing off his authority like he always did.
Yo! Ohayou gozaimasu,
Good
Otaka-kun.
Good morning, Otaka-kun.
これは
Well, well.
おはようございます大石さん
Good morning, Oishi-san.
それから私のことは君と呼ばないでください
By the way, please don't address me with such familiarity.
もうあなたに君で呼ばれるような立場ではありません
I'm no longer in a position where you can talk to me that way.
まあまあ、そんなこと言わずに、Otaka-kun。
No, don't be like that, Otaka-kun.
同じ宅で麻雀を打ってよしみじゃないですか
We used to play mahjong together, didn't we? Otaka seemed disgusted to hear that. He used to boast about being a good mahjong player, but Oishi once beat him badly in front of many people, which hurt his pride.
あなたとゆっくり休校を温めたいところですが今日は急ぎの用事がありますので失礼させていただきます
I would love to chat with you, but I'm in a hurry today, so please excuse me. No.
まあまあ、そう言わずに。
Hey, don't say that.
交流剣道大会で症状の筆行委託を忘れちまったと。
Don't you remember the time when you forgot to write certificates for the kendo tournament?
あんたが私に泣きついてきたんで、こっそりステージ裏で書いてあげたから、無事表彰式ができたんじゃないの。
You begged me to help you, and I wrote them from the backstage, and that was why the award ceremony went on smoothly, didn't it?
その件については感謝していますが今は関係ないことです
I truly appreciate that, but that has nothing to do with this right now.
ありゃ、感謝してくれてましたの
Oh, I didn't know you appreciated it.
な、そりゃ失礼。
No. Sorry about that.
そういう話はとんと聞いたことがなかったもので。
I've never heard anything like that before.
県警では私が書きたいとわがまま言ったから筆行委託を断ってわざわざ書かせてやったんだって話で通ってましたよ。
Down at the prefecture station, they think I begged to write it, and that you turned the offer down and let me write it for you.
症状の字があまりにうまくないのでどういうことなんだと本部長に聞かれて以来のあなたの言い訳のはずですが。
Wasn't that the excuse you used when the director called you up asking what happened since my handwriting on the certificates wasn't so great?
さあ
Well,
どうなんでしょうね
I don't know.
誰かが誤解してるんじゃないですか
Maybe someone misunderstood.
私はそんなこと言ってませんよ
At the very least, I never said such a thing.
県警本部はあなたの島だろうが、あいにくここは沖宮署でね。
The prefectural police headquarters may be your territory, but unfortunately, this is the Okinomiya PD. Oh, she's establishing dominance.
あんたの思い通りにはそうそうならんってこってす。
You won't get your own way here.
ほう。
Oh.
それはどういう意味ですか、大石さん。
And what do you mean by that, Oishi-san?
あんたがここへ何しに来たかは知らんが、あんたの島はゴグラだ。
I don't know why you're here, but your jurisdiction's in Gogura,
沖宮じゃない。
not Okinomiya.
おとなしく引き上げてもらいましょう。
I would like to ask you to leave.
何の権限があってだね。
What? Under what authority?
そちらこそ何の権限があってですかな。
And what authorization do you have to be here?
県警本部で現在捜査中のある秘匿捜査事件についてだ。
I'm in the middle of a classified investigation on behalf of headquarters.
その件に関連があると思われる身元不明死体がこちらにあると聞いてね。
I've heard there's an unidentified body related to that investigation here.
なら電話でお問い合わせを。
Well then, please inquire on the phone. Okinomiya isn't a rich neighborhood. This isn't a place where someone in a custom-made suit should be.
なるほど。どうやら鑑識課の連中とつるんでいるようですね。
I see. So you're ganging up with the guys in forensics, huh?
所長から検視報告をすべて県警本部に引き渡すよう命令が来ているはずです。
There should be an order from the marshal to hand over the autopsy report to the prefectural police headquarters.
その件については鑑識から所長に説明が入っているはずです。
Then there should have been an explanation to the marshal from the forensics department already.
まだ検視中でね。
The body is still being examined.
ちょいとうちのミスで身元が特定されたような情報が内部に流れちまったようですが。
Because of a slip up on our part, there's been a rumor going around that the body was already identified.
ですので、報告書を出すにはちょいと時間をいただかないとならないわけです。
Anyway, need a little more time to finish up the report.
ならその検視に我々も立ち会わせてもらおう。
Then I would like to attend the autopsy.
嫌です。
No.
はあ
I said no. What?
私は県警本部の秘匿事件担当として。
I'm requesting as the person in charge of this classified investigation at the prefectural headquarters.
それが本当なら、
If that's the truth,
私はあんたの刑事魂を疑わない。
look, I don't want to doubt your policeman's spirit.
刑事魂は高潔だ。
A policeman's spirit is a noble one, see?
そりゃ、お給料がもらえなかったら、こんな商売誰だってやりゃしないです。
Sure, no one would go into this business if we weren't getting paid for it.
ですがね、それだけじゃ測れない魂がなきゃ、刑事は務められないんです。
But you know, you can't be a good detective without dedication that can't be measured by your pay alone.
あんたにその魂があるってんなら、私はここを譲りますよ。
If you say you have that spirit, I'll let you through. The look in Oishi's eyes made clear the anger that was rolling within him. As he looked into those eyes, Utaka recalled all kinds of frightening memories. Utaka didn't want Oishi to sense his fear, but he couldn't prevent himself from loudly swallowing.
ならそこを譲ってもらいましょう。
Okay, then please let me through.
私も刑事魂でここに来ています。
I'm here because of my policeman spirit.
そこをどいてください。
Please step aside.
なら、私をその刑事魂で押してどかしてみなさい。
Why don't you make me with your policeman spirit?
これ。
Come on.
なんですって。
Damn, Oishi just hit him with the make me. That was like, that was a me and my siblings' specialty growing up as kids. If someone told you to do something, you would just hit them with the fucking make me. see what they would do. When you were mad at someone, they would ask you or they'd tell you to do something, and you're like, make me. You've got no authority over me. What?
あんたの刑事魂が私の刑事魂に負けないくらいに重いものなら、私なんか簡単にどかせちゃうはずですよ。
If your policeman's spirit is as strong as mine, you should be able to brush me aside easily. Come on,
試してみなさい。
try it. Oh, I want them to get into an old man fight. Oishi was obviously saying that he had no intention of letting Otaka through. How could he do this? Otaka was confused. Otaka was an elite policeman at the prefectural police headquarters. He believed academic background and performance record were enough to earn trust. He has been working hard under that belief. But Oishi doesn't acknowledge that, and he doesn't even respect it. He is a scumbag. He was the worst type of person, one who tried to establish their meaning and purpose only through rough means, refusing to acknowledge everything about their superiors in order to protect their own pride, as uncivilized people often did. Otaka had been thinking ever since they worked together. Why did people trust in someone like Oishi? Why did people respect someone like him? Why did people appreciate someone like Oishi more than they did Otaka? Move! If you don't, I can accuse you of interfering with an investigation. Oh?
そりゃどんな捜査ですかな？
What kind of investigation?
話してくれりゃ協力もしますよ。
If you tell me, I'll help you.
だから君もわからない人だな。
Didn't you hear me?
秘匿捜査だから、君ごとき田舎署の刑事には話せんのだ。
It's classified. I can't talk about it to someone like you.
なるほど。全部話せないなら一部でもいい。
I see. Well, if you can't tell me everything, you can tell me one thing instead.
あんたはその仕事に何を背負ってますか？
What do you have resting on your shoulders?
背負う？
On my shoulders?
何を言ってるんだ？
What are you talking about?
私はね、背負ってますよ。
I have something on my shoulders. I really hope he doesn't say, like, I've got a chip on my shoulders.
私の後ろには
Oh.
村の住民の
No,
命運
his line's better.
分があります。
The fate of 2,000 villagers rests there.
あんたを通せば2000人、いや、その親戚やご家族も含めれば、もっと大勢の人が悲しむことになる。
If I let you through, those 2,000 villagers, no, their relatives as well, they'll all be very sad.
あんた、分かってますよね。
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
何の話かさっぱりだ。
I have no idea what you're on about.
腹を
Okay, I'll tell you.
あんたの飼い主は恐ろしいことを企んで
Your boss is planning something terrifying.
あんたはそこまで想像がついちゃいないだろう。何千人もの人が不幸になる恐ろしい陰謀を企んで
I bet you haven't thought it through that far, but it's a conspiracy that'll make thousands of people unhappy.
そいつがくじかれる里屋だってんで多分就寝中だったあんたを叩き起こしてすぐに調べろと命じたんだ。
That conspiracy is about to crumble. And that's why they woke up. That's why they woke you up in order to investigate.
いくらの小遣いで頼まれてるかは知らんが
I don't know how much you're getting paid for this.
それがあんたの刑事魂より重いってんなら
But if that is more important than your policeman's spirit. Oishi stopped talking there, but his eyes continued to speak after that.
何を言っているのかさっぱりわからないですよ。
What in the world are you talking about?
とにかくそこを通してください。
Anyway, please just let me through. Otaka's baffled behavior confirmed what Oishi had just said. He had been bought off by someone else shady, though maybe he didn't think that he was bought. He probably thought he was just filling the request to confirm Rika Furude's body as a favor from someone in the information network. He assumed he billed himself. Of course, the part about it being classified investigation was a lie. But when an elite policeman from the prefectural headquarters said it was a classified investigation, everyone would grovel and salute him. But Oishi didn't salute him at all. He doesn't give a single fuck.
話になりません。
This is a waste of my time.
このことは後日必ず所長に抗議させていただきます。
I'll file a formal complaint to the marshal later. Whoa! Oh, is he getting suplexed?
まだんかい
Hey, wait a minute.
話はまだ終わってませんよ
I'm not done yet. Dude, what would you do if you got hit with that eyebrow from Oishi? Look at that. That slightly raised eyebrow. As Otaka tried to walk by, Oishi grabbed him by the arm. Otaka tried to make him let go, but Oishi was just too strong. Look at that old man strength. Oh, you gotta love it.
話してください、大石さん。
Oh, let me go, Oishi-san.
ありゃ、大して力を入れてるつもりはないんですがね。
Oh, I'm not putting that much strength into it.
あんたに真の刑事魂があったら、こんなのには屈しない。
If you have a policeman's spirit, this shouldn't stop you.
あんたの揺るぎない正義、私なんかあっさり打ち倒して踏み越えていくでしょう。
Your unshakable righteousness.
だが、あんたはこの程度の腕も剥がせない。
I didn't hit the button. Your unshakable righteousness should knock me down easily. But you can't even get my hand off of your arm.
なんでかわかりますか？
Do you know why?
話せ。
Get off of me!
てめえには刑事魂がないからだよ。
It's because you don't have a policeman's spirit! A million damage. Oishi let go of his shoulder and Utaka crumbled onto the floor, sliding for more than 2 meters.
これは捜査妨害だ。
Oh, what is this? This is interference with an investigation!
公務執行妨害。いや、傷害の現行犯だぞ。
This is interference with a government official executing his duties. No, this is assault! Mods! Mods, help me!
緊急対応しろ。
Arrest him immediately! Utaka ordered his 2 colleagues around, but they didn't know what to do. Oishi was also a policeman, and obviously there was something more going on between them. Besides, they could sense one thing. Their instincts were telling them that Oishi was far stronger than them. Damn. What an aura he has. They were no match at all.
どうしましたか、大石さん。
What's going on, Oishi-san? Some officers were gathered in the lobby. They all looked puzzled.
いえいえ、
Nothing much.
県警の青二歳が筋の通らんことを言い出したもので、ちょいと先輩として指導したまでです。
This greenhorn from the prefectural headquarters demanded something selfish, so just taught him a lesson. The officers alternately looked between Oishi and Utaka. They knew something was going on, but they didn't know the circumstances, so they didn't know which one to stop. Oishi was respected by the policemen at the Okinomiya station. Everyone respected him. If Oishi said that Utaka was being selfish, then he must be at fault. Oishi was generally seen as sensible. All of them thought that Oishi would only do this in a public place like a lobby, if it was something major. Utaka was feeling humiliated to get such attention. He stood up calmly, hiding his humiliation with anger.
なるほど。
I see.
あなたの言い分は分かりました。
I understand your position.
私も子供の使いでここに来ているわけじゃない。
But I'm not here on a child's errand either.
いい根性です。
I like your spirit.
胸を貸しますよ。
I'm ready to go if you are.
かかってこい。
Bring it on, Greenhorn! Whoa!
お前は
Not enough.
そんなもんか。
That all you got? Holy shit.
くそー。
Damn it!
お前の刑事魂はそんなもんか。
I'm sure this is an intense fight. So that's your policeman spirit.
俺はひなみ沢2000人を背負ってる。
I have 2,000 Hinamizawan villagers resting on my shoulders.
諸葛管内2000人の命を預かってる。
The lives of 2,000 people in my jurisdiction depend on me.
ならば2000人を押し退ける気迫で今回。
Why don't you tackle me with a spirit that's strong enough to knock down 2,000 people? Oh! It was like watching a match between a sumo wrestler and a small child. No matter how many times Utaka tried to tackle Oishi, he simply crumbled against him. Oishi stood firm as if his feet were rooted to the earth. By the third time Utaka tumbled to the floor, he finally realized that he had been provoked. He caught his breath and fixed his hair. Okay,
ならばお教えしましょう。
I'll tell you.
私が担当している事件は、あなたもご存知の S 号絡みです。
The case I'm investigating is something to do with the Sonozaki family.
その経由で、とある方面から真偽を確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。
I was asked by someone to check on something.
回りくどい言い方じゃわかりませんな。
Why are you beating around the bush?
もうちょいわかるようにお願いします。
Can't you say it more directly than that?
何しろ疑われているのは南沢地区では信仰上のマスコットとも言える少女の死なのです。
At any rate, they're questioning the death of that girl said to be the mascot for the religion here in Hinamizawa.
それが事実かどうかすぐに確かめなければなりません。
I have to confirm if she's dead or alive immediately.
だから電話で説明したでしょ。
I told you, we explained that over the phone.
現在調査中。
It's still under investigation.
まだまだお時間がかかります。
They need more time.
いや言いたくなかったんですがね。
Huh. Well, I didn't want to tell you this.
この依頼はもう隠すのはやめましょう。
This request was... I'll teach you the truth.
あなたの大の苦手の園崎議員からです。
It was requested by someone you really hate. Representative Sonozaki.
はあ、あの紋付き袴の怖い人。
Ah, that scary man with the crest on his hakama, right? Or huh?
確かに苦手ですね。
Yeah, you're right. I do hate him.
あの人に凄まれた。私も道理を引っ込めて無理を通すしかありません。
If that man threatened me, I'd have to abandon logic and push his demands through too.
そうでしょうそうでしょう。
See? See?
その園崎議員から大至急本当にフルで理科の死体なのかどうか確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。
Representative Sonozaki requests I check the body immediately.
住民の依頼ですからね。
This is a request by a citizen.
住民のための警察です。
Police department is there for the citizens.
引き受けるのは当然ですよ。
Of course, I accepted his request.
何しろフルで理科は南沢ではただの少女じゃない。
Rika Furuta isn't just any girl in Hinamizawa.
特別な意味を持つ少女です。
She's a very special little girl.
その少女の死体が出たなんて話が未確認情報でも流れればそれを確かめたいと思うのは至極当然です。
If a rumor goes around saying her dead body was found, of course someone has to go confirm it.
そうでしょう。
Right?
あんた、そういうのは一般の方の耳に入らないところで言った方がいいですよ。
You'd do better to not say things like that in a public space.
ここ、ロビーですから。
You're in a lobby, you know.
これは失礼。
Excuse me. Taka suddenly realized his mistake. Some people were even whispering behind him. One of them spoke to Taka hesitantly.
フルでのリカちゃまが亡くなったってのは本当なのか？
Is it true that Rika Furuta-chama is dead?
ご安心を奥さん。
Don't worry, madam.
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。
We haven't confirmed that yet.
それを確認するために県警から参上しました。
We're from the prefectural police, and that's why we're here.
そうです。
That's right.
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。
It's not certain yet.
現在それを確認中なので、お待ちをと申し上げているだけなのです。
We're still investigating as we speak.
その確認に立ち会わせろと言っているのです。
I'm only asking to attend the autopsy.
いいんですか？
You had better think carefully.
私は園崎議員の依頼でここに来ているんです。
I'm here on behalf of the representative Sonozaki.
その私にここまでの邪魔をしてくれたというなら、それは全て議員に話します。
If you keep interfering, I'll tell him all about it.
困ったことになるのは大石さん、あなたの方なんですからね。
If that happens, you'll be in a tight spot, Oishi-san.
そろそろ降参した方がいいんじゃありませんか？
Don't you think it's time to surrender? Representative Sonozaki was well known in this area as an extremely tough congressman. The people who knew about him continued to whisper. Utaka grinned when he heard them whispering. He realized that in Okinomiya, his threat was more effective than he thought it would be.
あらや
Oh my.
だ、サブローさん、そんなこと頼んだのか？
Did you really ask him to do that, Soburo-san?
そこの県警さんや。
Sir! Sir, excuse me.
それ、園崎議員さんが本当に頼んだんですかいの？
Did Representative Sonozaki really ask you to do that?
ええ、そうです。
He certainly did.
私が議員から直接依頼されたのです。
The representative asked me directly.
どうです
So what about it?
おいしい。
Oishi-san?
さすがに降参では。
Isn't it time to surrender? People continue to whisper. Representative Sonozaki is a big name around here, Otaka thought. Even gangsters give way if someone mentions his name here in Okinomiya.
さあ、議員が怖かったらそこを開けてもらいましょうか。大石さん。
So, if you're really afraid of the representative, please let me through, Oishi-san.
ああ、
Ah,
反則切符の再交付は8番の窓口でご相談を。
please go to counter number 8 to get a traffic ticket reissued.
は
Huh?
あ、私がいつ反則切符など。
Yeah, I was about to say, they really just slipped that in, that it was Akane and the representative there. Like, it's like, I was like, when is it gonna realize? When did I get a traffic ticket? Oishi suddenly started to talk about something completely different. In fact, Oishi was looking at something behind Otaka. I keep saying Otaku. Utaka. Huh? Who was he talking to? Otaka wondered. An old-fashioned elderly man and a lady in a kimono were standing behind him. When Utaka's eyes met with hers, she smiled at him. She's definitely my type, Utaka thought.
なあ、お前さん。
Hey, you.
本当に園崎議員に直接依頼されたんだね。
Were you really asked by Representative Sonozaki personally?
秘書とかそういうのじゃなく。
Not by his secretary or someone else?
そうですとも。
Yes, of course.
こう見えても園崎議員とは懇意な関係でしてね。
Representative Sonozaki and I are very close.
直接お電話をいただくこともあるのです。
He sometimes calls me directly. The elderly man continued to listen with a puzzled expression.
お前誰じゃい？
Who the heck are you? Huh?
名乗るほどではありません。
There's no need for me to introduce myself. The humor here is amazing. This is great. This is great. This is a great little moment right now, right here.
県警本部に勤める一警官に過ぎませんよ。
I'm just an ordinary policeman from the prefectural police headquarters.
あまりにもできすぎたシチュエーションです。その
What incredible timing. I mean...
笑うしかないですな。
No. I can only laugh.
なんだ、やっぱりこれは笑ってもいいところなのかい？
So I can laugh, right?
それは私も気づかなかったわ。
I wasn't sure. Utaka couldn't understand why Oishi and this lady were laughing.
どうしたんですか？今日はご一緒でお越しになって。
What are you doing here together?
いや、それがね。
Well, you know.
例の切符なんだけどさ。
Remember that ticket?
左折禁止の看板が茂った葉っぱで見えなかったんだよ。
I didn't see the no left turn signal because of a tree branch.
その出口に白バイが待ってるってのはちょいとやり口が汚いんじゃないかいって言ったらさ。
And there was a policeman on a motorcycle waiting right at the exit, and I didn't think that was fair.
三郎さんがそれは抗議した方がいいって言ってこうしてついてきてくれたわけなんだよ。
Saburo-san said I should complain, so that's why he came along today.
ああ。
Ah! Oh, this is a reference that maybe not a lot of people are gonna get, but him going, ah! Reminds me of the fucking Russell Westbrook, not Wilson. That's a different sport. Russell Westbrook basketball, like where he's getting interviewed and then he's like some stat I think is read to him and like the gif is him going like, ah! Like just like eyes light up.
行動の樹木は市役所の管轄ですからね。
Roadside trees are the city hall's jurisdiction.
よくそういうのうちに来るんですが、なんともしがたいんですよね。
We get those complaints pretty often, but it's a rather complicated matter.
それを知りながら出口で待ち伏せとるっちゅうが、けしからんと思うてな。
I didn't like the fact that a policeman was waiting at the exit.
こうして抗議に来たんじゃ。
So I'm here to complain about it.
わかりました。
I understand.
そいつは市役所と交通課に私の方から行ってきますんで、今日は一つ穏便に済ませちゃもらえませんかね。
I'll talk to City Hall in the traffic section, so do you think you can settle us peacefully for today?
あんたがそう言うなら
If you say
顔立てようじゃないか。
If you say so.
今日は引き上げるとしよう。
We'll leave quietly for today. When Utaka realized they were Oishi's guests, he fixed his tie and spoke up.
でも違反切符はちゃんと支払うんですよ。
But you have to pay for your traffic ticket. Oh my god. This guy. Oh my god.
規則です。
It's the law.
カチンとくるお人だね。
You sure are annoying, aren't you?
カチンとくるお人でしょ。
He is, isn't he?
お茶目な一面もたまにあるんですがね。
Sometimes he can be pretty funny, though.
私は今そこの大石刑事と重要な話をしている最中なんです。
I'm in the middle of an important conversation with Oishi-san.
さあ、お二人とも用が済んだらお帰りを。
When you're done, please get going.
そして良い一日を奥さん。
Have a nice day, madam. Grab.
あ
Ha 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 ha.
あ、良い一日をね。県警の旦那も。
You have a nice day too, sir. Grab. The two of them grabbed Utaka's shoulders from behind. The lady grabbed his right shoulder and the elderly man grabbed his left.
県警の旦那。
Oh, this is so good. This is such a good scene. Everything about this is very good. Whether it's fucking Oishi ready to fucking slam down, or the perfect timing of Akane, and the Sonozaki representative man coming in. Oh, chef's kiss. Mr. Prefectural Policeman.
私は生まれてこの国。嫌いなものが2つある。
I have two things I detest in this world.
何かわかるか？
Do you know what they are?
Huh?
Huh?
一つは椎茸。
One is shiitake mushrooms.
生まれた時からこいつだけは苦手でね。
I just don't like them. Never have, ever since I was born. Ah, she's Akane here, one after my own heart.
食うのもダメだし、
Shit
出汁を取
take
ったもダメ
mushrooms.
さ。
I don't like to eat them and I don't like their broth either.
もう一つは嘘。
The second one is lies.
食わされるのもダメだし、出汁に使われるのも気に入らない。
I don't like to use them and I don't like people using them with me.
ここまでコケにされちゃいけないね。
How can I step back after being ridiculed like this?
石骨の鬼姫、園崎茜。
I am the demon princess of Shishibone, Akane Sonozaki.
売られた喧嘩は値引かないのだけが自慢さ。
I never back off when someone starts a fight with me.
園崎家のあんたが言うな。
Don't say that about yourself.
あと鬼姫って部分を一市民に置き換えれば完璧です。
Also, that would have been perfect if you'd used a citizen instead of the demon princess.
Huh?
Huh?
Eh?
Huh? The police officers, the citizens in the lobby, and Otaka's colleagues didn't know what was going on.
ご説明します。
Let me introduce them.
こちらは園崎茜さん。
This is Akane Sonozaki-san.
獅子骨市婦人権友会の副会長さんです。
She's the vice president of the Shishibone City Women's Kendo Club.
こちらは園崎三郎さん。
And this is Saburo Sonozaki-san.
県剣道連盟の名誉理事さんです。
He's an honorary director of the Prefectural Kendo League. That's very funny to introduce them and then the title as like them in the Kendo League. That's perfect.
それより前に肩書きがありますね。
Oh, I should mention his formal title.
獅子骨肉選出の県議。
This is
園崎先生です。
This is Shishibone's second district representative, Sonozaki Sensei.
いやー、
Well,
お二人とも 県警剣道部師範代の大高君に稽古をつけるために本日はお越しくださったんですよね。
You're here to give Otaka-kun a lesson, right? He's the instructor for the Professional Police's Kendo Club, after all.
朝から本当に申し訳ございません。
Haha, thank you for coming.
さあさあ、先生方を道場にお通ししてください。
Here, please show them to the dojo.
銀さん
Representative.
なんじゃい
The same.
お前さんとは懇意な仲じゃな。
Didn't you say we were close?
今日はとことん付き合ってもらう。
I think we'll have lots of fun together today.
私も久々に燃えてきた。
Oh, I'm so excited! The two of them were still clinging to his shoulders and laughing meaningfully. Utaka laughed along with them. Perfect. Very perfect. I'm actually gonna go equip a thicker coat here for my reading, so give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna
確かで
change
すわよね。
my outer layer of clothing. I need a thicker, comfier sweater thing. Just give me like literally like a minute. Okay. I'm bundled up even more. I'm achieving peak levels of comfiness. Takano says, "Are you sure?"
確かに昨日の時点で入江所長は女王感染者が在宅しているのを確認したんですわよね。
Did you really confirm that the Queen Carrier was at home yesterday?
在宅を確認なんてひどい。
Excuse me. What do you mean by confirm? he's hitting her with the what do we mean by confirm? What's the definition?
夏風邪をひいたというので様子を見に行ったんです。
I just went by because I heard she caught a cold.
ですからリカさんの死体が見つかるなんて。
So how could they have found her corpse?
ありえるわけがないじゃないですか。
That's just impossible.
そうですわよ。ありえるわけがないんですわ。
That's right. That's impossible.
でもそれを確認しないと信じてしまってその誤解する人もいますので。
But unless it's confirmed, some people might misunderstand.
誰が何の誤解をするんですか？
Who would misunderstand what?
そのフルでリカが死んだなどと村に知れたら大変な騒ぎになりますし。
I mean, the whole village would go into a panic if they found out Rika Furude is dead. Now I'm certain that she's lying. I don't even need to wait to hear from Toмотake-san. See, if fucking... Man, if Irie was, like, actually committed now, he would have, like, a hidden weapon on him. And he would just take out Takano. You know what I mean? At some point... someone's gotta be brave. Irie, take one for the team. and just murder her. Murder her because she would murder anyone else. You know what I mean? Don't even wait for hindsight's 2020 and all that. Takano-san's objective is the execution of the emergency manual. This premise is about to be destroyed, and that's why she's panicking. She finally found someone who showed an interest in her research, which made her feel better about herself. Yet that someone is about to cut her off, and that's why she's panicking. She's as pitiful as can be. If it were possible, if there was a way to reach out to her, I would reach out to save her from drowning. But my hand will never reach. It won't reach her unless she reaches out. She's drowning, but as long as she refuses to seek help, I'll never reach her. Until she realizes it herself, no matter how much I reach out, she'll refuse my helping hand. However, my selfish imagination will have to stop there for now. Is Rika-chan home or not? If she goes into the details, she'll become suspicious of me, since I told her I saw Rika-chan at home. That will put me in a very dangerous position. A man who had been on the phone for some time put down the receiver.
Sansa.
Major.
電話に出ません。
There's no answer.
不在のようです。
There's nobody home.
監視班は何と言ってるの？
What is this observation unit saying?
いえ、監視体制に入った17日以降、外出の形跡はなく、電話の一本もありません。
Since the 17th, the day they started their observation, there hasn't even been one phone call.
ねえ、入江所長。
Hey, Director Irie.
ということは、まだ中にリカちゃんたちはいるということですわよね。
That means Rika-chan is still at home, right? Yeah.
そういうことだと思います
I
な。どうでしょう。
I guess so. I'm not sure.
もうだいぶ治りかけて元気になってますからね。
She has gotten so much better.
うまく抜け出して遊びに行ってるのかもしれません。
Maybe she snuck out or something.
ほら、今日は綿流しのお祭りじゃありませんか。
Today is the day of the festival, remember?
リカさんの家の近くには確か模擬店部会の水場が設けられていたはずです。
I think there are some vendors set up near Rika-chan's house.
人の出入りも多いですから、監視の方が見逃してしまった可能性も。
There are a lot of people around, so maybe your observers missed her.
どうなの？
Well,
そんなことはあり得るの？
can that be possible?
入江所長が出られた後には必ずシールしています。
Every time Director Irie leaves, we place a seal on the house afterwards.
まさか窓から出たのでもない限りありえないでしょ。
I don't think she could have gotten out through a window.
山犬はあくまでも R は家を出ていないとそういうのよね。
So the mountain dogs are certain that R has not left the house, right?
そうです。
Yes,
間違いありません。
we're certain.
R は R 宅内です。
R is inside of the R residence.
そして17日以降、一度たりとも外出していません。
And she hasn't left the house since the 17th. God, it's so good. It's a good plan because at the very least, now it's gonna screw over like Irie's case here and everything, but like at the very least, right now they're only just trying to suss out if she's still alive. But if they figure out, oh, well, she has to still be alive, they still are under the impression that she is in the house. And then so there's that other layer of like deception that she's relocated, you know?
絶対に在宅しています。
We're sure about that.
それを確認したのが入江所長だけで、山犬の誰一人確認していないのにそうだと言える。
The only person who checked inside was Director Irie, and nobody from the Mountain Dogs did. But you're sure about that, right? Well, one of the Mountain Dogs looked at me. I swallowed, and then nodded to him.
ならどうして沖宮署で R の死体が出てきたりするの？
Then how do you explain R's corpse at the police station?
ですからそれは誤報の可能性も。
Like I said, it's possible they made some kind of mistake.
その後の情報では身元不明死体の検視はまだ終わっておらず、フルで理科であるというのは何者かの憶測に過ぎない可能性が高いと。
The autopsy isn't done yet, and the body hasn't been confirmed to be Rika Furude. It could be just a rumor.
もうその話は聞き飽きたわ。
You already said that.
その怪情報が流れて東京にまで伝わってからもう何時間が経過してると思ってるの？
How many hours do you think have passed since that rumor has gotten to Tokyo?
このままでは東京に。
Unless we do something about this, Tokyo will... Takano-san realized that I was standing next to her and shut her mouth. I could already tell what she wanted to say, though.
さんさ、東京の野村様よりお電話です。
Major, there's a phone call for you from Nomura-sama in Tokyo. Damn it.
だからしばらく待てと言ってるのに。
I told her to give it a little more time. Takano-san usually has a lot of self-control, but she's not doing so well right now. Even her body language makes it clear how irritated she is. Does she have a habit of scratching herself? As she folded her arms, I could see marks where her nails touched her skin. She's clearly not doing well.
高野さんはお忙しいようですね。
Takano-san is rather occupied right now.
私が出ましょう。
I'll take it.
野村さんですか？
Nomura-san, right?
初めてお電話いただく方ですね。
I've never talked to her, have I?
いえ、さんさ宛てですので。
Sorry, this phone call is for the Major. The Mountain Dog looked alternately between Takano-san's and my faces.
入江所長、
Director Irie?
今ちょっと立て込んでおりますの。
I have to take care of a few things.
大変申し訳ございませんけど、所長室にお戻りいただいてもいいですかしら。
Could you please excuse yourself?
そうですか。
Oh, sure.
そうですね。
I understand.
入江機関の運営はあなたに任せています。
You're in charge of the Institute.
私が口を出すことではありませんね。
I shouldn't say anything, huh? Damn, got her.
誰か所長室までお送りして。
Somebody take him to the director's office.
早く。
Hurry! She's basically telling me to get out. I left the security room quietly.
もしもし高野です。
Hello? This is Takano.
お待たせして申し訳ございませんわ。
Sorry to make you wait.
何度もお電話して申し訳ございません。
I'm sorry to call you repeatedly.
いかがですか？沖宮署の情報については確認できましたか？
So, did you find out anything else?
申し訳ございません。
I'm sorry.
今急ぐように指示をしているところです。
I've ordered my men to get to the bottom of this immediately.
すでに内部協力員を沖宮署に向かわせましたので、その連絡を待つだけなのですが。
Some of them are headed to the police station. I'm just waiting to hear from them.
そうですか。ではもうじきですね。
I see. So you should be hearing from them soon, right?
では何時頃までにこちらにご連絡をいただけますか？
What time do you think you can call us?
もちろん分かり次第すぐにご連絡申し上げます。
Very loud. I'll call you as soon as I find out something.
ただそれがいつになるかはお約束が難しいのですが、大至急、急がせておりますので。
But that line delivery. But it's hard to say what time, though. As soon as possible, of course. Ah!
さんさ、
Major?
飛行機に乗ったことはおありですか？
Have you ever been on an airplane before? Huh?
もちろんですわ。
Yes, of course.
飛行機が離陸するために加速するとき、
When an airplane takes off, an enormous amount of power is needed.
この時に大きな出力を得るため、エンジントラブルを起こすことがあるのだそうです。
That's why sometimes there's engine trouble during takeoff.
その時、まだ大して速度が出ていないならブレーキをかけ、離陸を断念するそうですが、もしすでに十分な速度が出ていた場合は、ブレーキはかえって危険なため、そのまま離陸をしてしまうのだそうです。
If the plane hasn't sped up yet, all it has to do is slow down and abandon the takeoff. But if it has already sped up, it's more dangerous to stop, so just go ahead and take to the air.
4発の旅客機なら、うち1つのエンジンが壊れていても飛行は可能ですから。
A jet plane has 4 engines, so even if one engine breaks down, it can still fly without problems.
それはもちろん、この度の作戦も同じです。
It's the same with our operation.
エンジンは1つではありませんから、十分な速度が出ていれば、離陸に踏み切るでしょう。
There's more than one engine, so if we have enough speed, we'll go ahead with our plan.
後のことはどうとでもなります。
We'll figure out what to do later.
ですが、この度の作戦という飛行機は、まだ十分な速度どころか、これから離陸しようという段階です。
But we are still only preparing to take off.
お分かりですね。
Do you understand what I mean? Damn. The first step of the operation was Tomotake's assassination. That hasn't even happened yet, so what Nomura was saying was correct.
もしあなたが乗った旅客機が、離陸前からエンジンが故障していると分かったらどうしますか？
If you already knew the plane you were on had a broken engine before it took off, what would you do?
降りるでしょ？
You'd get off, right?
同じことです。
the same thing for us.
離陸前からエンジンに故障が見つかったため、乗客であるクライアントたちが飛行機を降りたがっています。
Our clients want to get off the plane because they found out there was an engine trouble before takeoff. If they were already at the point of no return, then a little mistake wouldn't matter that much. But since they're still before that point, they're overly cautious about even a tiny mistake.
それが本当に故障なのか、今点検させているところなのです。
We are checking to see if it is in fact engine trouble as we speak.
ええ、存じています。
I know.
あなたは管制塔の管制官。
You're like a traffic controller at a control tower.
私は彼らをなだめる添乗員。
I'm like a flight attendant calming the passengers down.
離陸の見込みの薄くなる飛行機から降りたいと言い出すクライアントたち。そんな彼らを懸命になだめているところです。
I'm doing my best to talk them into staying on board, even though there's a chance the plane will never take off.
これ以上、事態の改善が遅れると、この飛行プラン自体がなかったことになります。
If it takes too long to fix the problem, this flight may be cancelled completely.
高野さんさ。
Major Takano, that means your grandfather's work will be forever known as a madman's nonsense.
それはつまり、あなたの祖父の論文が世まいごとの打分俗文であったと烙印を押されることですよ。
Do you understand that?
一人の少女が死ぬと村人が全員錯乱する。
When one girl dies, all the villagers will go mad.
バカみたい。
That's just too silly.
何を根拠にそんな世まいごとを。
Where did you get such an idea?
この分厚い研究結果は全てそんな空想論文だ。
It sounds like some fancy. What the hell? It's so stupid. Oh, I'm sure Takano is loving that she's getting laughed at right now. I'm sure that's not triggering some kind of emotional response inside of her. Who in the world do Hifumi and Mio Takano think they are? It's just too funny. Takano ground her teeth. She squeezed the receiver so tightly her knuckles went white. Anyway. Now, do you understand what will happen? Do you get it?
これはあなたとあなたの尊敬してやまないおじいちゃんの名誉を守るためでもあるんですよ。
Your grandfather's honor depends on this, as does yours. Yes.
お気遣いをありがとうございますわ。
Thank you for thinking about us.
安心してください。
Don't worry.
私はあなたの唯一の味方です。
I'm your only ally.
あなたにとって一番幸せに報われる結末になるよう最後までお手伝いします。
I'll help you achieve the ending that makes you happy. I'll be with you until the very end.
ですので、どうか私の顔も立てて、沖宮署の動向を確かめてください。
So, please find out if the information coming from the Okinomiya Police Department is true or false.
私も努力してますけど、機嫌を損ねるクライアントの皆さんのお相手は楽ではないもので。
I'll do my best, but it's not easy to deal with unhappy clients.
ご迷惑をおかけしますわ。
I'm sorry to make you go through that.
もうしばらくだけご猶予を。
Please give me a little more time.
ええ。
Yes.
はい。失礼いたします。
Yes. Goodbye. Whoa, did I miss like
ご迷惑をおかけします。
having a violent reaction to saying that?
ええ、はい。失礼いたします。
Takano made sure that Nomura hung up first and then hung up herself.
おこのぎから連絡はまだないの？
Hasn't Okanogi called yet?
電話して。
Call him.
さんさ、つい10分前に電話したばかりです。
Major, we just called 10 minutes ago.
情報が入ればすぐに連絡してくることになっています。
He's supposed to call as soon as he learns something.
少しお休みになられては。
Why don't you take a little break?
先ほどのコーヒーも。
Your coffee is... The unit member tried to serve a cup of coffee to Takano, but she knocked it aside. The cup fell on the floor, making a black puddle. Everybody in the security room went silent.
何よ。
Damn it.
ボケっとしている暇があったら誰かモップでも持ってきなさい。
Somebody bring a mop to clean up this mess.
10分前に電話してても構わない。もう一度かけて催促して。
I don't care if we called 10 minutes ago. Call him again.
沖宮署の死体がフルで理科ではないという裏付けと行方不明の富武の確保よ。
Tell him to find proof that Rika Furude isn't dead, and also capture Tomitake. Takano was starting to realize something. By now she could sense that there was something behind Tomitake's disappearance. Tomitake must know something about what's happening at the Okinomiya police station. He might look dumb, but he somehow found out about the plan, and he was trying to mess with Takano. So, Tomitake was clearly behind all of it. Takano had been intending to let him enjoy the festival that night, if he behaved. Damn. The quickest way for Takano to be certain of what was happening would be to see Rika Furude's face at her house. But she couldn't leave, and she couldn't trust Irie. And because there were too many people around for the festival, the mountain dogs had their hands full. If she would answer the phone, that would do, but she wouldn't answer. That meant the house was empty, and that Rika Furude's death was real. It's like a fucking cat box! What went wrong? Who deceived Takano? There was only one person. The only person who claimed that he saw her at the house. Irie was the most suspicious person around. Tomitake had left the hotel and was nowhere to be found. I'm really surprised she hasn't, started torturing Irie sooner. That's what's gonna happen here, right? That's what we're looking at. Tomitake had left the hotel and was nowhere to be found, so maybe Rika had left her house and was hiding somewhere else. In other words, Irie betrayed her and was in contact with Tomitake. Start observing Director Irie.
まさか所長の在宅確認が。
What? Are you saying... What? Are you saying that he's lying?
どうして所長が。
Why would he do that, though?
富武はいつの段階でかわからないけれど私たちの計画に気づいたのよ。
Tomitake must have noticed our plan.
そして宿を脱出し R も秘密裏に安全なところへ避難させた。
He left the hotel and told Rika to go somewhere safe.
私たちはまんまと騙されて空き家を見張り続けてたのよ。
He's deceived us, and we've been observing an empty house.
空き家ということはありえません。
That house can't be empty.
人影が確かに。
There's definitely somebody in there.
それが R だという保証はあるの？
Do you have proof that it's R?
R じゃない。
It's not her.
監視する山犬を騙すために誰かがあそこに身代わりとして留守をしている。そうよ、そうに違いないわ。
That person is there simply to deceive the mountain dogs, only to make it look like Rika's home. That's it.
おころぎに R 宅への強行突入を命じなさい。
Tell Okanohi to break into the R residence.
誰がいるんだか知らないけど、そいつは富武やリカに通じている。
I don't know who's in there, but whoever it is, they're connected to Tomitake and Rika.
そいつを締め上げるのよ。
Put the heat on them.
しかし R 宅への突入は本日は不可能です。
But we can't break into the R residence. Not today.
R 宅前は水場になっており、祭りの関係者が常にごった返しています。
There are just too many festival goers around there.
今日の祭りが終わる深夜までは不可能です。
We can't break it in until the festival's over, which is around midnight.
それをなんとかするのが山犬でしょうが。
That's why all of you are here, right?
なんとかしなさい、なんとか。
Just do something.
なんで私が言うことじゃ聞いてくれないの？
Why? Why can't you do what I tell you to do?
私の言うことは聞けないっていうの？
Can't you follow my orders?
私の上の保護者の言うことじゃなきゃ聞けないっていうの？
Why? Can you only follow my patron's orders? Oh my god. The reaction noises we're getting out of Takano here are something. Unit members could only watch in silence. They knew that nothing could comfort her. The noise of the phone suddenly broke the silence. Takano practically jumped.
はい。
Yes? What?
さんさ、朗報です。
Major, good news!
カラスが東京調査部の定期連絡先の電話番号特定に成功したとのことです。
Crow successfully got the number the research division in Tokyo is calling for their scheduled reports.
電話番号は獅子骨市内。
The phone number is in Shishibone City.
山犬が住所の特定作業に入りました。
The mountain dogs are trying to pinpoint the address.
富武だ。間違いない。
It's Tomotake. It has to be.
ひばり、腕利きを集めろ。
Skylark, gather your most capable men.
奴は用心してるぞ。抜かるんじゃねえ。
He's being cautious, so don't make any mistakes.
白崎はバックアップしろ。
Heron, give them backup.
了解。
Understood.
ひばり湾より全範囲へ。
Skylark 1 to all units.
突入先が特定され次第、出動するぞ。
As soon as we get the address, we'll move in.
全員、登場しろ。
Everyone, get on board.
くそ。電話会社の協力員はまだか。
Shit. Hasn't our man from the phone company called yet?
調べさせてます。
I'll look into it.
5分です。
Give me 5 minutes. It was 8:45 a.m. They didn't know where in Shishibone he was staying, but depending on where it was, it might be too far to get there before 9 a.m. They would have to depend on luck.
バカ野郎。5分じゃねえ。50秒だ。
Damn it. Do it in 50 seconds, not 5 minutes.
何やってやがんだ。端末に番号を打つだけだろうが。
What the hell is taking so long? He's just punching the numbers into the computer.
来ました。
We got it.
住所は市内平坂1丁目のホテルモデラート。
The address is Hirosaka Block 1XX Hotel Moderato.
交換機を経由しているため部屋番号は不明。
It's routing through a switch, so his room number's unknown.
聞こえたな、ひばり。
Did you hear that, Skylark?
了解。出動。
We got it. We're heading out. Luckily, Hirosaka Block 1 was close enough. Okanogi had been right. Tomotake was hiding nearby. Oh shit. The garage doors of Okanogi Gardeners opened one after another, and the white van sped off in a hurry.
やら。
Piece of shit.
今度はこっちの番だ。
It's our turn now.
まさか調査部に俺の子飼いが混じってるとは思わなかったろうよ。
He didn't even think there could be someone working against him in the research division.
こっちが今度は貴様を奇襲してやるぜ。
Now it's our turn for a surprise attack. Also, I should probably, with the game crashing a couple times, last stream, I feel like maybe I should probably be a bit more safe with saving. Okay, Hotel Moderato. Despite its name, it had a cheap, stained sign out front. A dilapidated business hotel on the outskirts of town, perfect place for someone to lay low in. They might draw in some guests if they renovated the building into a more modern love hotel, but it was clear they didn't have the capital for renovations and could go under any minute. That's the kind of hotel it was. Tomotake was staying in one of the rooms on the second floor. The interior of the room was worse than his previous hotel. It only had a bed and a phone. But that phone was what he needed the most at the moment. If he didn't have to receive regular reports, he would keep changing hotels, which was safer. But he needed up-to-date information from the research division, and his course of action would change according to that information. Moving about unnecessarily might cause miscommunication in case of emergency. Tomotake never suspected that there was a spy in the research division. The ticking sound from the clock echoed throughout the room. It was almost 9 a.m., but the phone might not ring at 9 on the dot. Tomotake waited in front of the phone patiently. He tried to organize the information in his head so he could answer questions more calmly. At the same time, he kept in mind the possibility of an attack. At that time, he heard a woman scream in the distance. It happened again. He heard another scream. Tomotake got the sense that something was happening inside the hotel. His intuition told him that someone was checking every single room with a master key. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tomotake opened the curtain a little. He saw several mountain dogs who were blocking all the ways out of the hotel. How long had they been there? Shit. Finally. They had finally found out where he was. Tomotake could hear their loud footsteps. He heard voices, too. This one's empty. Next. This cheap hotel wouldn't have chains on the door. They had no means to fend off the master key. Tomotake could tell there were around 20 of them. No, maybe there were more. It would be no use trying to fight with them. All he could do was hide. Under the bed? or in the bathroom. At the very least, the ceiling wouldn't open up like in the movies. Should he jump out the window? It was the second floor after all. It was perfectly possible to survive a jump. They would be expecting that, however. Yet this was right on city grounds. If he was confident in his legs, it wouldn't be impossible to outrun them. Oh my god, is he oh man. Tomatake! Not like this. Not like this. Tomatake soon heard footsteps outside his door. This was it. Holy shit, Action Man. He jumped from the window. Of course, there were mountain dogs on the ground waiting for him. Oh, non-spoilers. But remember that one time Battler in Umineko jumped from a window? That's what it's around to. But dude, Ryukishi loves just writing people jumping out of windows. It's such a good visual. They pointed, and about 6 of them started running after him. Tomatake shot off right from the position he landed in. This took the mountain dogs by surprise. He had started to dash right after he jumped out the second floor window. Tomatake was prepared to do something like that. He had been training in case of an emergency, just like this one. Skylark 10 to Skylark 1. We've located the target. He's running. We need assistance. Skylark 1 to Heron. The target is heading west, using the back alleys. Stop him. Roger that. Heron 2, 3, and 4. Head on over there. Here he comes. That's him. 3 members of the mountain dogs jumped out from behind the street light and stood in Tomatake's way. They prepared to stop him, but Tomatake kept running at full speed. They quickly realized he wasn't running towards them to knock them down. He was trying to run past them. There was no point in them taking a fighting position. They lowered themselves and tried to tackle him simultaneously. No! Tomatake jumped over them. He jumped over them like an Olympic athlete leaping over a hurdle. But he wasn't an Olympic athlete, and they weren't hurdles. Tomatake's heel struck one of the dogs. The 2 flanking Tomatake thought they'd seized hold of him. However, as he flew over them easily, he grabbed onto the 2 of their heads and smashed them against each other. Tomatake knew that this wouldn't stop them, but at least he'd gain a little time to run. The target broke through the West Intercept team. He's still running. Damn it, what are you doing? Heron 10. Go around in the car. Take the second left and we'll get him at 9 o'clock. Are you okay? Shit. Don't let him get away. What? Strength. Shit, my nose is bleeding. Tomatake saw a van with its door wide open ahead of him. It couldn't stop in time, and it hit the wall. As soon as it stopped, several mountain dogs jumped out of the van. Stop him, no matter what! Stop him! Come on, there are 5 of us. Tomatake saw 5 men ahead of him, but he didn't think even those 5 could stop him. Why do trains sound their horn at people on the rails? It's not because the train will get damaged, it's because the people will get hurt. Get away! He yelled at them like the horn on a train. He wasn't warning them because they were in his way. Choo-choo, motherfuckers, he says. He was warning them to move so that he didn't get hurt. They didn't get hurt. Look how many we are. We outnumber him 5 to 1. Don't tell me we can't stop him. No way. There's no way he can get past us. Let's go! Tomatake didn't grin. After all, trains don't grin. Oh, that's such a fucking true statement, man. Trains don't grin. Whoa. Trains don't grin. Oh shit. We captured Tomatake. Oh. Really?
あっさりだったわね。
Didn't take that long.
いろいろと聞きたいことがあるわ。
I want to ask him some questions.
殺しちゃダメよ。こっちへ連行して。
Don't kill him, okay? Bring him over here.
どうせ殺すけど、彼には似合いの死がすでに用意してあるんだからね。
We'll kill him afterwards, but I've already got a great way for him to go. The phone continued to ring inside Tomotake's empty hotel room. Within 30 minutes, Tomotage was dragged through the back door of the Irie Institute, wearing a gag and handcuffs. How anticlimactic. Come on, Tomotage. What happened to the whole train thing? You're just... Tomotage didn't even move, as though he was sedated. The Mountain Dog members had carried him out of the van. Irie saw Tomotage from his window and came out of his office in a hurry. Takano was already there.
これは何事ですか、高野さん。
If Irie doesn't watch himself, he is going to get hit so hard. Like, God, he is walking on such thin ice here. What's going on here, Takano-san? The Mountain Dog silently glared at Irie. He realized that he shouldn't have left his room.
二郎さんの姿が見えないと思ったら、なんと末期発症をしていたのですわ。
I didn't see Jiro-san for a while, so I became worried and had the Mountain Dogs look for him.
不審に思い、山犬たちに探させていて正解でした。
It was a good thing I did because, look, he's gone terminal.
末期発症。
He's developed terminal symptoms?
富武さんがですか？
Are you sure? Of course, Tomotage didn't reply. Irie decided not to say anymore.
そうですか。
I see.
それはとても不幸なことです。
That's very unfortunate.
すぐに治療薬を投与してください。
Let's give him some medication as soon as we can.
もちろんですわ。
Of course.
投与の間に合う段階だといいのですが。
I hope it's not too late. Irie already knew. The Mountain Dogs had tracked him down. Irie wasn't sure if Tomotage was able to arrange something with Tokyo. He wasn't even sure if the Bloodhounds had been called in. He could guess that Tomotage didn't have time. If the Bloodhounds were called in, the Mountain Dogs would catch that information. And if that was the case, they would likely drop everything and run. But Tomotage was captured, and they brought him back to the Institute. That meant it hadn't gotten that far, and they were still trying to fix the damage. In other words, Tomotage wasn't able to do what they had hoped for. What were they going to do to Tomotage? Since they brought him back alive, were they planning to torture confession out of him? That would be very dangerous for him. He'd likely end up dead. Irie realized that he had to do something in Tomotake's place. The main reason why Irie had to rescue Tomotage was because he had no way of contacting Tokyo on his own. Takano wanted Irie to be useless, so she never told him about how to get in touch with Tokyo. Irie could receive phone calls from Tokyo, but he could only call them through Takano. Therefore, Tomotage was the key. Unless Irie rescued him, they couldn't possibly win. But Irie wasn't like the Mountain Dogs. He was simply a researcher. There was no way Irie could rescue Tomotage from such a high security area. There were 8 Mountain Dogs in the building. There were usually only 2, but Takano had called in more. Of course, the basement was a highly secured area, and one needed an access card to get in. That card was only given to people in Irie's position. In addition to the access card, one would need a fingerprint match as well. The access card alone wouldn't do it. Therefore, the only person who could rescue Tomotage from that high security basement was Irie. And so, even if it was possible, Irie had to do it. Irie bunched up his hands into fists and held them tight to encourage himself, but he only noticed that his fists were shaking. Irie, did you forget? Irie remembered what Kasuga had told him. The phone call thing.
自らの危機を測るのはとても難しいことです。
But it's very hard to anticipate your own danger.
まだ大丈夫。多分大丈夫。などと思っているうちに連絡の機会さえ逃してしまいかねません。
You can't underestimate it. You may not even get a chance to make the phone call.
少しでも嫌な予感がしたら緊急時と判断していいでしょう。
If you sense something odd, that's an emergency.
陰謀の度合いから考えて敵は私たちを生かしはしません。
Knowing the seriousness of the conspiracy, they won't hesitate to kill us.
くれぐれもご用心を。
Please be very careful. Irie felt the cold sweat pooling on his back. Was this the emergency Akasaka was talking about? He shouldn't think that it was still okay. He might lose the chance to run. He realized that trying to do something by himself was foolish. He had a security access card, true, but that didn't mean he had to rescue Tomatake by himself. Just like how everyone else was trying to combine their efforts, he should also ask for help. Also, Tomatake was in their hands, which meant that the mountain dogs had realized that they're under attack and were preparing to counter. It was very possible that they were suspicious of Irie too. Once they broke into Rika's house, Irie's lies would be exposed. Indeed, this was the emergency Akasaka was talking about. Irie had realized that he was already in danger. He needed to leave immediately. The Sonozaki residence was their gathering spot in case of emergency. His allies were congregating at the Sonozaki residence. He should explain the situation to them and think about how to rescue Tomatake. Takano probably wouldn't kill Tomatake immediately. She was intending to kill him that night as the 5th year's curse, so there was still a little time left. He had allies, and with his security access card, there was still a chance to rescue him. Irie had to let Akasaka know that he was escaping. If they became suspicious of Irie, they would check the house, and Akasaka would be in danger too. In other words, it could cause a chain reaction. Irie didn't miss his last chance to escape, but he still had to do his final job. Irie picked up the phone at his desk, called Rika's home number, and left. It would continue to ring like that, sounding the emergency signal. Irie thought back to when he wondered how long he was going to stay in this director's room. He never knew this day would come so suddenly. He noticed a framed picture of his parents on his desk. Irie had become a doctor so he could clear up the misunderstanding between his parents and regain his family ties. But how did he get involved in something like this? No, he would return. He would return and continue the fight against Hinamizawa syndrome. He vowed to himself that he would never abandon that responsibility. I'll be back. Mom and Dad. Irie said his final goodbye and left the director's office. Major. There's a call from the director's office to an outside number. The phone number is the R residence. Uh-oh. What does that mean? Can you listen in? Of course. I'll put it up over the speaker. One of the members flipped a switch. There was a sound of a ringtone. Why is Director Irie calling that house now? Maybe R really is at a home and he's trying to let her know that Tomatake has been captured. That might be it. He has no idea we're listening in. What was Irie going to talk about? Takano waited patiently to eavesdrop on a conversation, and there was nothing but a ringtone. It had been over 30 seconds. There was no answer. Nobody was home. The director sure is patient. I guess he's sure that she's home. Major! We have the director on the security camera at the back door. Oh shit. The black and white quad display monitor showed Irie running out the back door. What's going on? Who's calling from the director's room? Takano became utterly confused, but the ringtone continued. It couldn't be. Takano finally realized what was going on. It's a trap. He knew we were listening in, so he made a fake call. Not really, but sure, Takano. Irie is a traitor. Catch him. The security room on the first floor. Stop Director Irie. The target is heading to the staff parking lot from the back door. The two mountain dogs who were playing cards in the security room on the first floor jumped into action. The security room is located next to the back door, so Irie was still within reach. Irie had made a serious mistake. He could have left the clinic during the 30 seconds Takano and her men were listening to the phone ringtone. But when he got to the parking lot, he realized he forgot his car key on his desk in the director's office, so he had to go back and get it. Oh. It was only at this point that he realized he shouldn't have gone back. Yeah, you would not. Why is he making these mistakes like this? He makes a mistake, and then he doubles down and makes an even worse mistake. Oh, shit, Irie. God damn it. Oh, he should have escaped on foot. But Irie wasn't used to emergencies, unlike Akaska. It was a typical mistake mistake any normal person who had gone through anything dangerous would make. Although he made mistakes, he didn't forget to call Akaska. People usually become extremely clumsy when they're in a rush. All he has to do was to turn the key, but he couldn't even do that smoothly. He kept turning the key, and finally, the engine started. Irie still thought he was alright. Even if one of them questioned him, all he would have to do would be to say that he was going out to get something. When he realized the handbrake when he released the handbrake with sweaty left hand, he saw two of the mountain dogs dashing out the back door. Dashing out the back door. As the two of them looked around, Irie's eyes met with one of theirs in the rearview mirror. He pointed at Irie's car, and the two of them started running towards it. The two of them looked extremely serious, and certainly not like they were chasing after him to return a dropped pen. Irie's body was soaked with sweat. Before the two of them could jump on the car, Irie stomped on the gas pedal, and the car took off after spinning its wheels. Of course, the dogs didn't give up. They got the dog in them. They got into their own car and started to chase after Irie. Oh, we got a car chase? We had a on-foot chase with Tomitake, now we got Irie on a car chase? This is wild. Security to base. The director is on the run in his car. Do you want us to force him to stop? Major. This is Takano. He's probably headed to the Furude Shrine. There are too many people there, so it'll be impossible to catch him. Fine. Don't worry about injuries. Don't let him go. Stop him by any means necessary. Roger that. We'll force him to stop. Send backup just in case. Over. Roger that. We'll send Nightingale as backup. But don't wait for them. Stop them right now. The mountain dogs had Irie's car in their view as it ran away at full speed. They had to find a perfect spot and timer to stop him. It's not easy to drive a car when you're in a rush. Dude, Irie, this would be the perfect time to do that move that like Paul Walker did in the fucking Fast and Furious movie, where you just you do the thing and you just change cars underneath like a whatever. Of course, the more you step on a gas pedal, the more speed you gain. But when you're in a hurry, you can't control the steering wheel well enough to escape quickly. Irie could see his pursuers in his rearview mirror and was completely distracted by that. He was driving carelessly. His driving was so reckless that he could easily get into an accident on his own. As the fear was driving him into confusion, he made a wrong turn. And that mistake made him even more confused and panicked. Come on, director. You're going to lose your license for driving like that. Although the two guys were ordered to stop him, they were starting to think Irie is going to get into an accident without them doing anything. They'd rather not drag this into a car chase if they didn't have to. This is Phoenix 1. Security vehicle, come in. The commander. Security vehicle here. We're still chasing him. We're on the path through the forest near the 5th district. Not sure the exact location. We're heading your way as your backup, as per HQ's orders. Estimated time of arrival is in 15 minutes. Don't wait for us. I don't think we'll be there in time. Okinogi grumbled. He had to leave Okinomiya in a hurry to respond to Major Princess. Got her. But because of the distance, there was no way he could get there in time. Even so, he was still ordered to provide backup. He could have explained, but the princess wouldn't have listened to him anyway. I love how much the text here is reinforcing just how over he is. Fucking Takano. The mountain dogs who were with Okinogi smiled bitterly. In which direction are you heading? In the worst case scenario, we'll end up leaving town. Don't let him. We'll comb the hills for him, so break his legs. Is there anybody else? Any weapons? It's in the middle of the forest. There's nobody around. We have one submachine gun in the security vehicle. The guy in the passenger seat reclined it and climbed into the back. He lifted one of the seats and took out a black machine gun. The paint on one corner was coming off and the shiny silver metal was exposed. It was a machine gun, but didn't look as powerful as the ordinary one. However, once the dog extended a shoulder stock and set in place, the weapon looked far more vicious. It's an MP5, correct? Is it A5? Or SD3? The man in the back seat looked at the uniquely shaped gun barrel. It was thick and long. It's SD3. It has a silencer as well. You're allowed to fire. Shred his tires with a full burst. Roger that. We're attacking. Uh-oh. The guy in the back seat opened up the driver's side back window and leaned out of the car. His sharp eyes aimed at one of the tires on Irie's vehicle. It was a straight road. Irie's car was weaving, but not enough to avoid a shot. The pursuers had his car in their sights. They were trying to get as close to Irie's car as possible, but they were afraid they might get caught up if it's overturned. They soon decided that this was as close as they were going to get. I'm going to fire on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Pop, 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 pop. The sound the machine gun made was a lot quieter than what people would imagine, but its power was unimaginable. One of the tires on Irie's car was cut to shreds and collapsed in a puff of white smoke. Jeez. Because one tire collapsed all of a sudden, Irie lost control of his car. He tried to steer away, but that made things even worse. As it spun, Irie's car drove off the shoulder of the road and slid down the slope into the forest. Keep it together, Irie. Keep it together. The sound of trees breaking and the car being battered from every direction disappeared down the slope. The pursuers stopped their car and looked down after it, but the plants were growing so high it was impossible to check from there. The attack was a success. Target vehicle went down the slope. It's possible that the driver is dead. We'll search on foot. Phoenix 1, roger. Nightingale is in the area. If you're lucky, you'll run into them. We aren't even close. I'm counting on you. Good luck. Roger. Ending transmission. Let's go. The mountain dogs left their car and headed into the woods without hesitation. Oh, dude, I need Irie to like smudge some mud on his under his eyes and then like go full like Rambo on that. just start taking out the mountain dogs using like some kind of foliage, camouflage, and traps, using vines and shit. Akaska had received the phone signal from Irie. The phone rang for over 3 minutes. The signal told Akaska that Irie was in some kind of emergency, that Akaska himself was in danger now. Takano made a mistake. She didn't realize the ringtone itself was a signal. She assumed someone staying at the house would pick up the phone eventually. Her error allowed Akaska to perceive that extremely important forewarning. He's like, I'm out of here. Akasaka waited for exactly 3 minutes, then ran downstairs quickly. He had already put his shoes on while listening to the phone ringing. Akasaka had memorized the layout of the town from the map he'd kept near the phone. He knew the shortest route to the Sonozaki residence, as well as a number of alternative routes, just in case the shortest was already blocked. People would be surprised to see a stranger coming out of the house, but Akasaka didn't care about that at the moment. He had to get to the Sonozaki residence immediately. I'm very interested to see if how much, if any, of like the actual Watanagashi festival takes place. Like, I know we're hitting high peak action right now. I'm curious if like things are still falling apart and happening during night festival time, and that becomes like some kind of backdrop for stuff, or if festival ends up being almost thematically appropriate, like the end of this story, where everything resolves itself and everything's good and everyone's good maybe, and we have a happy ending, and then the festival happens. To me, that makes a lot of sense for it to be the outcome of this, especially with the timing of now that we're starting to see things unfold. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. He had to get to the Sonozaki residence immediately. However, the observers would see him, and that was a problem. They'd soon come after him. Upon finding the house empty, they'd assume the man who ran from it knew something. Once Akasaka left Rika's house, he had to be prepared to fight. He relaxed his shoulders and reached for the doorknob. I love that we're getting like the three dude adult side characters. We're all seeing like them run from the different branches of the Takano force. We saw Tomotage like running on foot, then obviously this Irie car chase, and now we're seeing Akasaka having to like bolt from the house. Oh well. Major, there's a message from the unit observing our residence. A suspicious man just exited the house. A man? Who is it? Actually, I don't care. Just catch him. Loud and clear. We'll pursue and stop him. It was only 10 a.m. It was a lively morning. Many people were getting ready for the festival. Akasaka weaved through the people going in the opposite direction and ran down the stairs leading from the shrine. The mountain dogs were already chasing after him. There was a significant gulf between the happy faces on the villagers and the serious faces on Akasaka and his pursuers. He could hear them coming up behind him. He didn't even need to turn around to check. Akasaka held his breath, focusing all of his senses to their limits as he sprinted even faster than he usually could with all his might. The success rate in escape depends on the distance between the pursuer and the pursued. Even a little distance makes a difference. Akasaka ran down to the bottom of the stairs like the wind, then headed in the opposite direction, away from the Sonozaki residence. Of course, this wasn't a mistake of his. He just wanted to lose them. Shit, what speed? Does he have wings on his feet or what? The observers weren't ready for this chase. They never expected a fast and fully grown man to run out of the house. They assumed it would be a little girl. That assumption was a mistake. Besides, Akasaka's locomotive-like power was nothing like that of normal people. There was no way they could catch him. The Mad Dogs fell for Akasaka's trick. They called HQ, told them that he was headed in the opposite direction, and followed him that way. Akasaka was confident that he could have had them completely confused if he'd had a little more time. Not only that, he could have attacked them individually. Were there 3 pursuers? No, there were probably 4 of them. His mind, body, and skills were all in top condition, so it should be possible for him. Usually overrating oneself is dangerous, but Akasaka was above such an immature level. Resisting violently at a place other than his destination might prompt them to waste manpower and time. But Akasaka wasn't sure of the real meaning of Irie's phone signal. They were at a severe level of emergency. Akasaka had no time to waste, so he had to get to the Sonozaki residence. As Akasaka ran as fast as he could, he tried to think about the situation calmly. Could he attack them first and then head to the Sonozaki residence? The pursuers were scattered about and running out of breath. It would not be easy to fight 4 men at the same time, but it'd be different to take them one-on-one. When Akasuga decided he had a high enough chance of winning, he took a deep breath and made a U-turn around a streetlight. What? The mountain dogs were surprised to see that the man who was running away from them was now running towards them. They prepared themselves to fight. But before Akasuga even reached them, he already had everything all planned out in his head. He had calculated how many blows would be required to take them all out. Okay. But his calculations were wrong. Without even needing a second blow, the first pursuer dropped after one of Akasuga's legendary armor-piercing punches. In all caps. Well, not all caps. All capitalized words. Connected with his face. That's insane. And while the first was still in the air, his second armor-piercing punch took out the second pursuer. There was a chorus of cicadas, which woke Irie up. He needed a little time to realize what had just happened. His seatbelt had saved him from serious injury. However, it was sheer luck that the metal parts of the seatbelt didn't get tangled and that the door hadn't become warped. He was on the bottom of the slope near a different forest road. Irie endured the pain and removed his seatbelt. He got out of his car soon after. He heard someone walking towards him through the bushes. A pursuer. He couldn't get caught just yet. If he was captured, it would be impossible to rescue Toмотake. Not only that, nobody would ever know that Toмотake was captured in the basement of the clinic. Even though Irie knew he was helpless, he couldn't falter here. The only thing he could do was resist them and run for as long as he could. But as soon as he started to run, Irie realized it. He had no strength. His legs were shaking and he couldn't even see straight. He had only been stepping on the gas pedal, but his lungs were about to explode and his brain was lacking in oxygen. It had to be that certain type of exhaustion that came immediately after hyperarousal. Okay. Irie understood that intellectually, but he still couldn't get his body moving. He tried to run, albeit in a wobbly way. He heard a noise coming down the slope behind him. Did I read that line? It had to be the certain type of exhaustion that came immediately. Okay, yeah. This was it. But Irie still tried to run as far as he could. Security HQ. We found him. He's injured. We'll capture him. Irie heard the voice of his pursuer. Shit, he thought, what can I do? I have to run, I have to. He's just this little doctor man. What'd they expect? Carve into your hearts the spirit of retreat. Shion-san, what's that song you've been singing? Don't you know? It's really popular nowadays. My apologies. I'm rather ignorant when it comes to pop music. There was a wrecked car ahead. Oh my god, how convenient. White smoke was still visible, so the accident must have just happened. Kasai slowed down. What is it? Oh jeez. Hey, isn't that the coach? Their car stopped. The sound of the brakes startled Irie, and he fell on his behind. Irie was obviously the one who had been in the accident. Hey, coach. Is that your car? Shion-san. Are you alright, Dr. Irie? You should go see a doctor. We'll take the coach to the clinic so he can treat himself, huh? Can you stand up? I'll take you there. No, not the clinic. I can't go there. I have to go to the Sonozaki residence. Coach! Coach! What's going on? This isn't good. Kasai looked at Irie's car and looked around the area. Then he whispered to Shion.
シオンさん、訳ありのようです。
Shion-san, he must be in some kind of trouble.
どうしたの？
What kind?
入江先生の車に弾痕が。
There are bullet holes in Dr. Irie's car.
しかも拳銃とは思えません。
And they don't seem to be from an ordinary handgun.
マジ？
Really?
そっち持って。
You take that end?
ひとまず本家に連れて行こう。
Or, I read that weird. You take that end. Let's get him to the main house. The two of them loaded Irie into the back seat, got in the car, and left in a hurry.
監督に話を聞かないと状況がわかんないですね。
We have to ask the coach what's going on.
診療所は困る。
He can't go back to the clinic.
どういうことだ？
I wonder what he means.
診療所の何者かに追われたと見るのが今は妥当でしょうが、話を聞くまでわかりません。
Sounded like he was running away from someone there, but I don't know.
ただ、相当のヤバいことに巻き込まれたのは間違いないようです。
It's obvious that he was involved in something dangerous.
あれ？
Hey,
どこ行くの？
well, where are you going? Shion was confused as why Kasai suddenly made a wrong turn.
敵は先生のタイヤを狙ってました。
Dr. Irie's pursuers aimed for the tire of his car.
生かして捕らえるつもりです。
They wanted to capture him alive.
私たちのすぐ近くに追っ手が迫っていたかもしれません。
His pursuers are likely close by.
ってことは追ってきてる？
Are they after us?
後方に遮影なし。
There's
上
no
空に機影なし。
there's no car behind us and nothing in the air.
この地形じゃ密着尾行以外は不可能でしょ。
In this area, we'd be impossible to follow unless they're tailing us.
念のためです。
I'm gonna make another left turn just to be safe.
もう一度だけ左折したら本家へ直行します。
And then head to the main house.
申し訳ありませんが、シオンさんは後方監視をお願いします。
Could you watch what happens behind us?
了解です。
You got it.
保安より本部。
Security at HQ.
標的は民間車両に拾われた模様。
The target was picked up by a civilian vehicle.
車両ナンバーと車種を送る。
I'm sending the license plate number and the car model.
本部了解。
Roger that.
捜索中のウグイスは民間車両に標的を変更。
Nightingale, your target is a civilian vehicle now.
至急捜索せよ。
Search for it immediately.
入江所長は極力生きたままで確保。
Try to capture Director Irie alive.
接触民間人も制圧せよ。
Neutralize the civilians as well.
ただし生死は問わない。
Dead or alive.
大丈夫なの？すぐに見つかるの？
Are you sure? Are you going to find him?
ご安心を。
Don't worry.
所長の白衣には発信機が。
There's a tracking device on the director's coat.
ウグイスの応援車両には測定器が積まれていますので、三角測定法で位置を検知できます。
Nightingale's vehicle can catch a signal. They can pinpoint where he is. Irie was lying in the back seat wearing his white coat. There was a device on his collar. The security department put it there just in case. So no matter how hard Shion tried to look for anyone following them, the enemy already knew exactly where they were.
ウグイス3、標的車両を発見。
This is Nightingale 3. We found the vehicle.
水車小屋の前を小道に入った。
Just made a turn by the watermill. There was a map of Hinamizawa on the table in the security room. The path by the watermill led to a certain private property. It belonged to the Sonozaki family, and the Sonozaki residence was the only building on it.
Sansa!
Major!
あらあら、袋のネズミね。
Oh my, like rats in a trap.
こちら大鳥1。
This is Phoenix 1.
ウグイス、まだ突入するな。
Nightingale, don't head in yet.
もうじき大鳥が合流する。
Phoenix will join you in just a little bit.
合流してから一度に突入するぞ。
We'll go in together.
ウグイス1了解。
This is Nightingale 1. Understood.
コナギ、
Okinogi.
ウグイスにさっさと突入させないと相手に無駄な時間を与えるわよ。
Don't give them any time. Why don't you let Nightingale go in?
感度あるし。
Bad connection.
誰も私の言うことなんか聞かないんだから。
Huh? Nobody listens to me. The Sonozaki family's basement has a security system which displayed images captured from the various security cameras on the property. Of course, it wasn't as high-tech as the one at the Irie Institute. It was in the room on the second floor of a gasso house, a Japanese-style room where you had to kneel to avoid hitting your head. With bundles of wire snaking away from the monitors, it felt like a hidden chamber. There was electricity and a phone nearby, and although it was in a basement, it had all the basic amenities of the Sonozaki residence. At first, all the club members had watched the monitor closely, but after a while it got too hot in such a tiny room. Mion and Rina stayed in the room to observe the monitor.
Mi-chan, なんだろう? 車が入ってきたよ.
Mi-chan, look, there's a car.
これは笠井さんの車だね。
That's Kasai-san's car.
多分シオンでしょ。
It's probably Shion.
今日の祭りに合わせて遊びに来たってことだろうね。
I bet she came because the festival is today.
たくなんでこんな日に。
Jeez, why does she have to come now?
空気の読めないやつ。
I don't have time for her. Their granny had been at the shrine since the early morning, so there was nobody upstairs to answer the door. And if Mion didn't answer it, Shion would think that nobody was home. Mion wondered if she should tell Shion what was going on. Shion could be helpful sometimes. Kasai's car stopped in front of the gate. Someone was getting out of it.
あれ?
Huh?
Mi-chan, あれ監督だよ。
Mi-chan, look, isn't that the coach?
え?
What? They saw Shion and Kasai holding Irie on the monitor. Obviously something serious had happened.
行ってみよ
う。Let's move.
レナにケイちゃん、一緒に来て。
Rina, Ki-chan, come with me.
サトコたちはここでモニターの監視。
Satoko, watch the monitor.
リカちゃんは表に出ちゃダメだよ。
Rika-chan, don't come up.
羽生はそれでも出てかないようリカちゃんの監視。
Hanyu, make sure Rika-chan doesn't move.
お任せですわ。
Leave it to me.
なのです。
I've got it.
み、ひどいのです。
Me, that's not fair. Maybe Okanogi, that's funny. Maybe Okanogi had made the right decision. If he had let Nightingale go in as Takano had ordered, it would have been on the monitor. But Okanogi ordered them to stand by until another unit arrived, so they waited. So Mion didn't notice that the enemy was about to attack. By this time, there were many vehicles belonging to the Mountain Dogs parked by the windmill. Okanogi and Phoenix One had joined with Nightingale, and they were getting ready to head in. However, it had been a good idea to leave Satoko to watch the monitor. If Mion hadn't gone out, Irie would have been killed. Mion didn't know it yet, but Irie was their only hope of rescuing Toмотake. So, as a result, entirely by circumstance, they did everything correctly.
おねえ、おね
え。Sis! Sis!
もう神社の方かな。
I wonder if she's gone to the shrine already.
シオン!
Shion!
お姉たちどっから来てんですか？
Where did you come from?
さては地下にいましたね。
Ah, you were in the basement, weren't you?
あそこで遊んでるって鬼ババに言いつけますよ。
I'll tell the hag you were playing down there.
んなことはどうでもいい。
Who cares about that?
監督は？
How is the coach?
監督!
Coach!
まさかやられたのか?
Is he alive?
ってことは、お姉たちも訳ありのようですね。
Huh. Are you all in trouble too?
何が起こってるんです？
What's going on?
しーちゃん、話すからよく聞いて。
Shi-chan, listen well.
実はね。
It's like this.
監督!
Coach!
何があったんですか?
What happened?
すみません。
I'm sorry.
富武さんが山犬に捕まりました。
The Mountain Dogs got Toмотake-san.
診療所の地下区画に囚われているようです。
He's in the clinic's basement.
私は逃げるときに奴らに追われて事故を起こしてしまい。
I got into an accident while they were chasing me. Irie explained everything he could while enduring the pain. Everyone was happy to see him safe, but Mion's expression quickly grew stern. Then she asked Shion a question.
追われてる?
Is anyone after you?
尾行はなかったよ。
Nobody was following us.
とにかく中へ。
Come on, let's go in.
良くない雲行きです。
I have a bad feeling. They heard the sound of a car approaching. Squeak! And it wasn't alone. Who could it be at a time? Who could it be at this time of the day? It was a waste of precious seconds to even think that. Uh-oh. You idiot! They are after you, Shion! I'm telling you, nobody was following us! Oh my god. These two. These two. Cause I picked up both sisters and ran through the gate. Let's go to the basement. It'll be safe there. Mion-san! There are a lot of strange cars approaching. Yes, Satsuko, we know. That's why we're running. I know. Go back to the basement. I'll shut the door. Where's Rika-chan? She went into the secret room with Hanyu-san. This is Nightingale 6. We found the target. Some of our friends are there too. Huh? R is hiding there, I know. I love how they keep calling her R still. Like, couldn't be bothered to just say Rika. Right. Jiro-san? Tomotage was lying on the floor of the security room. His hands and legs were cuffed, and there was another pair of handcuffs to connect them, leaving him bent backwards on the floor. He couldn't get up or even turn around. Takano laughed and poked Tomotake's side with the toe of her shoe. The mountain dogs climbed over the fence easily. There was no need for anyone to explain at this point. It was obvious that they were the enemy, and that they were the mountain dogs that Rika had spoken about many times. They went through the grove of trees and headed for the entrance of the underground storehouse. The first 5 mountain dogs were supposed to capture them all, but they fell down one after another. Just as one of the mountain dogs started to wonder why they fell, he felt something on his leg. The next moment, he was flying through the air. Shit! As he stood up, his leg got pulled again. He realized then that there was a rope wrapped around his leg. Because of the way he fell, the rope was wrapped tightly around it and wouldn't come off easily. Be careful! There are traps in the bushes! Satsuko had set up lots of traps in the bushes. After all, she wouldn't just sit around all day on an empty property. Man, Satsuko making little traps and being like this devious little girl thing is like such a funny, like, plot convenient thing throughout like multiple points throughout this whole story. It's just like a funny little detail. Just a funny little thing that just ends up like popping up every once in a while. Where it's just like, yeah, she makes traps that just like stop people sometimes when it's really convenient for the people to be stopped and for people to not be able to, you know, come through. It's very funny to me. The club members headed into the underground storehouse one after another. The mountain dogs couldn't do anything, although they did see them. I'm closing the door. Come on, help me. Here we go. It was a heavy door, but when they put their strength together, it closed easily. Mion locked the door quickly, putting on the deadbolt for good measure. Do you think this will be enough? Don't you think they'll break this door? Don't you think? I saw 5 or 6. No, perhaps even more cars on the monitor. They're all vans, and I saw strange men inside of them. I don't think this door will be broken that easily, but I'd imagine they are used to doing things like this. We shouldn't underestimate them. Before he could even finish speaking, someone pounded on the door. The second group of mountain dogs had arrived. Although the heavy door was separating them, it wasn't at all comforting to know that the enemy was just on the other side. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You haven't done anything wrong.
奥へ行こう。
Let's go farther in.
そうだな。監視カメラの様子で敵の人数を探ろうぜ。
Yeah, let's find out how many there are on the monitor.
ああ、はいはい。私はのけ者で事情もわからずいきなりクライマックスですよ。はい。
Okay, fine. Just leave me out of this. I'm just an outcast.
あ、もう。
Oh, shut up.
あんたには5分時間ができたら全部説明するから。
I'll explain when I have 5 minutes to spare.
ウグイス1より大鳥1。
Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1.
標的は防空壕のようなところへ逃げ込んだ。
The targets are in the basement.
扉は鋼鉄製。突破できない。
There's a steel door here and we can't break through.
大鳥1了解。
Phoenix 1, roger that.
この園崎家ってやつはとんでもない金持ちだな。
Shit, this Sonozaki family must be so rich.
敷地が広すぎて包囲は不可能だ。
The property is too huge for us to surround, so we won't even try.
包囲は断念。俺たちも突入に加わるぞ。
Let's join Nightingale.
ウグイスはその辺の倒木を探せ。
Nightingale, knock some trees down.
大筒にして扉をぶち破る。
We'll use them to ram down the door.
大鳥7より大鳥1。
Phoenix 7 to Phoenix 1.
インドア用のプラ爆があります。
We have some plastic explosives for indoor use.
準備しますか？
Do you want us to get them ready? Plastic explosives are explosives for military use. There are various different kinds, but he was talking about the types specifically made to break down doors. Okanogi momentarily thought it was a good idea, but changed his mind right away. This was a small village. There was an explosion everybody would hear. It was daytime, and they were on the surface. It was the worst time and place for the mountain dogs to do their job.
さすがに爆破は無理だな。
An explosion isn't a good idea. Hmm?
いや待て。
Wait a minute.
今何時だ？
What time is it now?
もうじき10時です。
It's almost 10 a.m.
使えるぞ。
I see.
大鳥7、やるぞ。新刊を準備しろ。
Phoenix 7, do it. Get the fuse ready.
は？
Huh?
隊長、どうして10時だと爆破が可能なんですか？
Commander, what does 10 a.m. have to do with an explosion? Okanogi's mind was working sharper than ever. He was sure that this would work. Everyone gathered in the secret room.
みんな大丈夫なのですか？
Is everyone okay?
監視カメラを見てましたのです。
Oh, we were watching the monitor.
敵は多分30人くらいいますのです。
There are about 30 guys out there.
そんなにかよ。やってくれるぜ。
That many? That's not good. Yes, Sketchy.
ちょっとスイ
Not
ッチ
good.
をいじるよ。
Can I see?
連中立ち往生してるよ。
Looks like they don't know what to do. When Mion touched the switch, the screen switched to the view of the entrance to the basement. Some of the mountain dogs were checking out the door. They didn't appear to be trying to force it open. They were simply at a loss for what to do.
向こうはどう打って出るでしょう。
What do you think they'll do now?
こっちを袋のネズミと思ってますもの。
They think we're trapped rats in here.
多分大勢で体当たりでもして無理やり破る気ですわ。
So I'm sure they're going to try breaking open the door.
なんだこいつら、丸太なんか持ってきて。
What the heck? What are they doing with that log?
どうやらあれで扉を打ち破ろうとしているようです。
They must be thinking of using it as a battering ram.
今、サトコが袋のネズミだと言いました。
Satsuko just said they're assuming we're trapped rats.
なら、相手が扉を開けようと苦闘している間に、ここを脱出するべきだと思います。
We should get out of here while they're trying to open the door.
同感です。
I agree.
それに、富武さんも助け出さないと。
Besides, we have to rescue Toмотake-san.
そうだね。
You're right.
いくらここの壁が厚くても、敵に見つかったら価値はないと思う。
No matter how strong the door is, we'll be in big trouble if they find us.
レナも脱出する時だと思うな。
I think it's time for us to escape.
おねえ、この状況ならもうとっくに警察に電話できる段階じゃありません？
Sis, don't you think we should call the police?
だね。
Oh, yeah.
一番最初の市民の権利を忘れてたよ。
We completely forgot about that.
仮に警察のスパイに電話を聞かれたとしても、もうこの段階ではバレバレだしね。
Even if a spy at the police station overhears us, there really isn't much he can do at this point anyway.
大井さんが駆けつけてくれるはずさ。
I'm sure Oishi-san will come right over. Mion picked up the phone. Why hadn't she thought about this earlier?
Huh?
Hmm? What?
どうした?
What's the matter? Mion panicked as she tried to listen for a dial tone. It was probably fucked with, right?
電話がなんで?
The phone? What's going on?
うんともすんとも言わない。
I don't hear anything.
ケーブルが切られたかもしれません。
They must have cut the line. What? Suddenly, everything went dark.
なんだろう? 停電?
What? Is this a power failure? Kasai lit a cigarette lighter, and Mion turned her emergency flashlight on.
地下の弱点を突かれたね。
This is the drawback of a basement.
でも、これだけ暗ければ敵だって簡単には。
But they won't be able to see either, right?
わかんないけど、多分暗闇でも見える機械とかあるんじゃない?
I know, but they might have some kind of a device that lets them see in the dark.
持ってそうよね、あの連中。
Don't you think?
ミオンさん、どうして敵は電気を切断しましたの?
Mion-san, why do you think they cut the electricity?
ただの嫌がらせ?
Are they just going on the offensive?
嫌がらせ以上の意味があるとすれば、ここのセキュリティを殺すこと?
If nothing else, it worked to turn the security system off.
あいつら扉を撫でてましたの。
They were checking out the door.
諦めたんじゃない。
They didn't give up.
あっという間に壊す方法を持ってて、それを気づかれないためにカメラを壊そうと。それで電気を切ったんじゃ。
They have a way to destroy the door and they don't want us to notice it. That's why they cut the electricity.
まさか爆破する気?
Are they going to blow up the door?
ってことは扉は一瞬で破られて、ここにもう砦の価値はねえってことじゃねえのか?
The door could be destroyed in a second, so we can't stay here, right?
みーちゃん、
Mi-chan,
今すぐにここを脱出しよう。
let's get out of here.
さっき言ってた隠し井戸の脱出口を教えて。
Show us a way to the hidden escape route.
こっちです、みんな。
This way, everyone. Mion was getting confused amidst all the chaos. She hadn't underestimated the mountain dogs. She even considered that they would have some explosives. But she didn't think they would use them in Hinamizawa in broad daylight. Somebody will hear the explosion. Is there even such a thing as a silent explosive?
荒っぽい連中なんだろう。
What a rough bunch.
多少の危険は顧みないのかもしれないぜ。
They're not even concerned with minor risks.
確かにこんな事態ですが、山犬は非常に慎重な奴らです。
This is a crazy situation, but the mountain dogs are always very, very careful.
こんな真っ昼間に爆弾なんて、高野さんならともかく、あのお好みさんが許可するはずがない。
I don't know about Takano-san, but there's no way Okinogi-san would allow an explosion in the middle of the day.
それでもぶち抜こうってのかい?
Yet, they're still going to do it, huh?
いい度胸だよ.
They've got guts.
ルナはわかんないんだけど、音がしない鉄砲があるように、音がしない爆弾ってあるの?
I don't know much about them, but just like a silencer on a gun, aren't there like silent explosives?
ないです。
No way.
どんな爆弾もみんな似たような音がします。
No matter what you do, an explosion sounds like an explosion.
そうか、わかりましたわ。奴らの狙い。
Oh, I get it.
監督は綿流しの本部役員ですわよね。
You're a staff member for the festival, aren't you, Coach?
今日のお祭り、雨天延期の判断は?
What time do they let people know if the festival is going to take place?
確か今日の10時に決まって。あ、
I'm pretty sure it's at 10 a.m. Ah. Oh.
まさか運動会と同じで。
Do you think, just like on a track and field day?
木を隠すには森ってことね。
If you want to hide a tree, hide it in the forest, huh? Rika knew Okinogi well. He would always complain about how he had to guard her like she was a princess. Rika had never expected Okinogi to be so sharp. That was why she was more frustrated than anyone else. The mountain dog's head quickly set. Here, I'm gonna actually do a BRB here. We've been reading for a bit of time with no little break, so I'm gonna throw up a little BRB. I'll be back shortly. Give me a few minutes to stretch and replenish my water and all. I will be back shortly. You can listen to the cicadas. Be right back. Okay. I'm back. Okay. Excuse me. Gross. Are back. The mountain dogs. The dogs of the mountain had quickly set explosives on the basement door. Long wires were connected to the explosives, and the mountain dogs were waiting at the other end, lying flat on the ground. One of the members was holding a detonation switch. All the wires were linked to it. It's almost 10. Oh, he's really pleased with himself. This morning I thought it was bad luck that this happened on the day of the Watnagashi festival. But now I'm glad about it. Okinogi had realized that he could use the festival effectively. He was going to make sure his enemies got what they deserved. On the morning of a village event, they use fireworks to let everyone know that an event is going to take place that day. This method is often used for track and field days at school. Since Watnagashi starts in the evening, the fireworks go up at 10 a.m. The fireworks, of course, make loud explosive noises. Since Inamazawa is located in a ravine, the sound echoes, making it hard to figure out where it's coming from. And that was an advantage for the mountain dogs. Now, a loud noise and a shock shook the ground like an earthquake. The explosion must have warped support beams everywhere. There was a discomforting squeaky noise, and the dust fell from the ceiling. It certainly was powerful. The explosion must have blown the door wide open. An explosion that took place without anyone noticing it. Come on! This way! Mion led everyone into one of the rocky caves. There was a well-hidden shaft in there. They called it a hidden well, but it was actually a very eerie vertical tunnel. They didn't have enough flashlights for everyone, so there was no way for them to see the entirety of this ominous hidden well. Are you telling us to go down there? How far does this go? There's a horizontal tunnel crossing it about 30 meters. After about 30 meters. We can get into the mountains through that tunnel. Okay, then why don't you go first, sis? You know the way around here better than anyone. Huh? Do I have to? Who else? Kasai and I will be the rear guard. Come on, hurry up! Okay. Mion was going to volunteer to take the rear, but Mion and Shion knew instinctively. Because there were so many of them, the rear might not make it in time. Unlike the iron door at the entrance, once the enemies were inside, all they'd have to do was go through the inner doors, which were easily breakable. The route was basically a straight line. They probably won't get lost on their way. That's why Shion took the rear guard position before Mion did. After all, she was actually the older sister. After all, she was actually, yeah, okay. I was just trying to see something. Shion wanted to protect her younger sister, who was playing the older sister in this real emergency. Mion intuitively knew what Shion was thinking. Mion understood well the relationship between her sister and herself. She wasn't the only one who felt guilty for taking the older sister's position. Shion felt guilty for making Mion take on the responsibility of the family head. And here, finally, was a chance for Shion to atone. It all comes back full circle, baby! Mion-san, do you have the key to the armory? Now is the time to open it. Mion silently threw over the key. Kasai and Shion took it and ran deep into the rock tunnel. Listen, everyone. It's about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. If you fall, that's it for you. It's dark, so be very careful as you go down. If you end up waiting, make sure to light the way for the others, okay? I think only one or two can go down at the same time.
私が先陣を切る。
I'll go first.
照らしてて。
Come on, give me some light.
ミオンさん、気をつけて。
Mion-san, be careful.
照らす人も落ちないように。
The ones with the flashlights, you be careful too. If the lights were on, they could have gone down quickly. There were actually a few light bulbs inside of the well. Of course, Mion had already checked them. It was now certain that the enemy had cut the power to the basement. It was extremely dangerous to go down this well with just a little light from the flashlights. As one went down, there had to be people lighting up the way. Mion was right. She realized as she went down herself that it was almost impossible to go down the ladder without the weak light from the flashlights. The lights didn't reach all the way down. In the darkness, her feet suddenly became unsteady. Every step she took made her more nervous. It was about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. That's quite deep enough already. But the hidden well went deeper than that. If Mion fell, she wouldn't just injure herself. Hasn't it been 30 meters yet, she thought? She couldn't even remember exactly how long 30 meters was. Had she missed the horizontal tunnel already? At that time, she felt a cool breeze on her body. She could sense a huge hole nearby, so she took out a flashlight to light the surrounding area. She saw the black tunnel yawning before her. Okay. Here I go. Okay. I found the tunnel. Rika-chan, come down. Mion lit up the way from below. Okay. You're next, Rika-chan. Coach, you go next. Then Hanyu. Then Satoko, okay? Let's move. Yurei wanted to say that he would go last, but Rina gave the order first. They couldn't get into the basement of the clinic without Yurei. Without him, they couldn't rescue Tomatake. Their lives were all equally important, but at least for the moment, this was the second most vital after Rika. His was the second most vital after Rika. Please be careful. I'll light your way. Okay. Oh my god. Come on, everyone. Hurry up. Ah! Rika! Rika was much shorter than Mion. She couldn't go down the ladder as easily. Her legs were too short. Oh no. And her left foot slipped. Focus, Rika. Careful. Careful. I can't have my girl slipping like this. I'm okay. Damn it. I'm sick of this life where I never grow up. Damn me and my short little body. I'll pass through June of 1983. And I'll grow taller. Oh, come on. My boobs will get bigger. I won't stay like this forever. Though she had been living for over 100 years, Rika was still afraid of heights. As she fought that fear, she tried to climb down as quickly as possible. After a while, the light from the top didn't reach her anymore, and Mion's light from below lit her way. Mion's light was enough. The next person could come down. I'm okay. Whoever's next can go. Okay. Coach, you're up next. You're a grown man, so go down quickly. Nice. How very blunt of you, Satoko. Right. I'll go next. Just do, like, slide down a ladder like you do in, like, video games when you're holding down, like, a sprint button, but you still get on a ladder, where you just kind of, like, grab the edges, and you just, like, slide all the way down really fast. That's what Irie needs to pull. The mountain dogs moved forward carefully, wearing special goggles so they could see in the dark. The one in front noticed Satoko's trap and stopped the rest of the men. Nightingale 7 and Nightingale 1. I just found a wiretap. Be careful coming in. Roger that. Phoenix 1, there are more traps. Why don't we turn the lights back on?
そんなことしたら連中が逃げやすくなっちまうじゃねえか。
Idiot. That only helped them escape more easily.
向こうはこの暗闇で逃げるのもままならねえはずだ。
They must be having problems trying to escape in this darkness.
俺たちに有利なフィールドを最大限に使うんだ。
We'll have to give them as much trouble as possible.
この暗闇で追い詰めて捕らえる。
Corner them in the darkness and we'll get them.
これほどのでかい号だ。別に出口がきっとある。
This is a huge cave system. There must be another way out.
連中は隠れたりしないぞ。
They won't try to hide.
そこから逃れようとする。
They won't try to hide. They'll try to escape.
突入班に火器と防弾盾、スタングレネードを与えろ。
Give the assault unit some firearms, bulletproof shields, and grenades.
園崎家っていや、ヤクザの大御所だ。
The Sonozakis are basically a major Yakuza family.
密輸拳銃くらいの反撃は想定しろよ。
Assume they can counter us with smuggled guns.
ってことは、そのワイヤートラップもクライモア程度には注意しろってことだ。
Which means watch out for those tripwires and claymores.
全身に1000個も鉛玉食らいたくなかったらな。
Unless you want to end up with thousands of lead pills in your body.
全身バラバラになるぞ。
They'll shred you apart.
了解。
Roger. Satoko's traps were effective only because they were professionals. Satoko had assumed any professionals would misinterpret her traps as more dangerous ones. That was why she ran wires everywhere. And Satoko was right. Although the mountain dogs were successful at breaking down the iron door, they hadn't even reached the torture room. However, the huge cave with the hidden well was just on the other side of the door to the torture room. It was just a matter of time before the enemy caught them.
よっしゃ、次はレナだ。
Okay, Rina, you're next. Yep.
ケイチ君も急いでね。
You come down in a hurry too, Kechi-kun.
ケイちゃん、どんな感じですか？
Ki-chan, how is it up there?
ああ、今レナが降りてる。
Rina's coming down right now.
割とキリキリ降りられるみたいだぞ。
She's moving right along.
はいはい、焦って落ちないようにね。
Okay, don't fall.
その井戸、歴代園崎家に逆らった連中の死体を捨てるのに使ったって噂もある底なしの井戸だそうですから。
The rumors say that all the people who ever opposed the Sonozaki family were dumped into this well. It's a bottomless pit.
シオン、お前なんだよ、その持ってるの。
What? Shion, what the heck are you carrying around? Shion returned with a big machine gun in her hands. Ooh, what the heck? Kechi thought. It's one of those machine guns they use in war movies. Its defining characteristic is the way the magazine is bent forward. What's it called again? Kasai had one in his hands too. He appeared used to handling machine guns. It almost didn't look real. But it seemed like a natural fit for the surreal world lit only by flashlights. Kechi felt like the odd ones out here since he didn't know how to use a gun. Shion and Kasai hid on opposite sides of the cave so they could see the entrance to the torture room. Not only Kasai, but Shion also seemed to be used to doing things like that. Damn.
その役は俺がやる。
Shion, I'll do that.
だから次はシオンが降りろ。
So why don't you go down next?
ケイちゃんの男のプライド、サンキューです。
Thank you for the manly offer, Ki-chan.
でも、ケイちゃんにカラシニコフの説明をするより、ケイちゃんの番になったらキリキリ降りてくれる方がロスタイムは少ないです。
But it'd be much quicker if you went down swiftly than if I had to explain how this Kalishnikov works.
気にしないで。
Don't worry.
いい女は死なないから。
A pretty girl like me will never die. As Shion winked at Kechi, they heard a door being knocked down nearby. Immediately, Shion and Kasai's looks turned stern, and they took cover behind the rocks, aiming their guns into the darkness. The enemies had entered the torture room. There was a flashlight next to the door. Kasai had left it there. The mountain dogs seemed to be able to see in the darkness even though they couldn't, so it was an improvised solution. The footsteps of the mountain dogs were growing closer. They were passing through the torture room. In other words, the door was the only thing that's separating them from their enemies. Keiichi-kun! Hurry!
シオン、お前が先に降りろ。
Shion, you go first.
シオンさん。
Shion-san.
んで、ケイちゃんに譲って私だけ生き残ったら、
If something happens to you and I live,
私はお姉に一生恨まれますって。
my sister will never forgive me for that.
私の思い人はもういないけど、お姉にはいるもん。
I don't have my loved ones anymore. But she does.
は？
What's that? Isn't that my sister will never forgive me? I don't have my loved one anymore. Okay, I read that weird. Yeah. Okay. Huh? What are you talking about now of all times?
死ぬ気はないけどシオンに伝えて。
I don't plan to die, but please tell Shion this.
私たちまた次の時も双子がいいね。
I want us to be twins again in the next life.
行け!
Get going! Shion yelled, telling Ketchi to move on. He didn't understand why Shion said to tell Shion. But she asked him, so he had to convey that message. Otherwise, if something terrible really happened, Shion's message would never reach Mion. Uh-oh. An explosion shook the air. Why were they so slow? Just fucking go, guys! Get a move on! Get along, little doggies! Get along! Go! For fuck's sake. An explosion shook the air. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Something was thrown in from the torture room. The explosion from that and the noise from Kasai's machine gun sounded at the same time. The clamor echoed in the cave. All I can do as those violent flashes of light burn the series of images into my eyes is shed tears over my own intolerable powerlessness and climb down the ladder. Mion quickly screamed from below. I descended and screamed up to the top too. Oh man. Does Shion and Kasai not make it? Oh. Nightingale 1.
攻撃を受けた。敵は隠し部屋奥の大空洞内で阻止線を展開。
They attacked us. The enemies are trying to stop us from the huge cave on the other side of the torture room.
マズルフラッシュは2。おそらく AK だ。
There were 2 muzzle flashes, probably AKs.
集団がうまいぞ、プロだ。
Whoever it is, he's a professional.
大鳥1、指示を行う。
Phoenix 1, give us an order.
そう来なくっちゃな。
There we go.
相手はプロだぞ。
Our opponent is a professional.
キリングハウスの卒業生以外は突入するな。
Don't go in unless you graduated from the killing house.
ウグイス、1、2。大鳥7、8。突入準備。
Nightingale 1 and 2. Phoenix 7 and 8. Get ready to move in.
火器はいくつある？
How many firearms do we have?
MP5 が4、各種グレネード多数。
We have 4 MP5s and plenty of grenades.
防弾盾は突撃銃には信用できない。放棄する。
We can't trust our bulletproof shield, so we abandoned them.
入ってすぐ脇に発光した懐中電灯が落ちている。
There's a flashlight on the right next to the entrance.
おそらく向こうは暗視装備がないものと推定。
I'm assuming they don't have a device to see in the dark.
ウグイス1だ。
Nightingale 1 here.
突入は俺たちでやる。
We're going in.
合図と同時にスタングレネードを放り込み、突入3回。
Throw in some stun grenades when I give you the signal. While the enemies were quiet, Kasai changed his magazine.
シオンさん、もう十分です。
Shion-san, that's enough.
行ってください。
Please go. Oh man.
私が抜けたら葛西が弾倉を変えている間に誰が弾幕張るんです？
If I go, they'll all fire at you while you reload.
ツーマンセルが基本でしょ。
You can't do it by yourself. There was a contradiction in what Shion just said. According to her theory, the last 2 can never escape. Mion kept shouting from the tunnel below.
シオンのバカ!
Damn it, Shion!
早く降りて!
Hurry up and come down! Everyone knows it wasn't safe to stay, but nobody could stop Mion from screaming. Oh man.
ここでシオンを待つ。
Mion and I will wait for Shion here.
レナはみんなを連れて裏山に逃げてくれ。
Rina, why don't you take everyone else and escape into the hills? I mean, even if somehow Shion escapes this and we lose Kasai, Kasai is such a great super side character. He's when we do our Higurashi character tier list, he's got to go up high. He gets a good boost. He's so good. He's a good guy. Too good of a guy. Rina, why don't you take everyone else and escape into the hills?
わかった。
Okay.
嫌よ。
No.
誰が欠けても嫌。
I don't want to lose anybody.
リカ。
Rika.
これが最後の世界なのよ。
This is the final world.
ここで一つ後悔が残ったから、もう う一度やり直そうというのはもうない。
There is no more starting over.
私は嫌よ。シオンが死んだりカサイが死んだりする未来はごめんよ。
I don't want either Shion or Kasai to die. I don't want a future like that.
もうやり直せないって知ってるから。嫌よ。いやいや、絶対嫌。
I know we can't redo it, so no, I don't want it.
だからシオン、早く降りてきて。
Shion, please come down. As they looked up to the top of the well, they saw a violent flash and heard a roar. Then they heard explosive sounds, different from the sounds of the machine guns that Shion and Kasai were using. They also heard a tinkling sound, which could have been the sound of bullet shells. They couldn't see anything other than the flashing lights. Only the noise reached them. When everything stopped, after a little silence, footsteps that didn't belong to Shion or Kasai gathered at the top of the well. They could hear hard-soled shoes kicking the bullet shells as they walked. Oh no, I'm gonna actually start crying. It does hurt just a little bit more because of the whole, like, as Rika said, like, this is it. There's no restarting. The permanence of death is in fact permanent in this round. Oh, my corazón. It's clear. Nightingale to Phoenix 1, we've secured the loopholes. Good thing I don't have my camera turned on. That voice echoed down the hall, and Mion and the others heard it too. They didn't know how to react. Some became speechless, some started to cry, some let out a wordless scream. They looked up the well, and as they waited for Shion and Kasai to come down, but there was no sign of them. A bright beam of light shone down from the top of the well. Irie grabbed Mion and Ketchi's collars and pulled them back. But they could see in the dark. They might already know that Ketchi and the others were hiding in that horizontal tunnel. Roger. We'll try. Can you hear us? You don't need to reply. Just listen. A guy shouted from the top of the well. We want the Queen Carrier, Rika Furude, and Director Kiyosuke Irie. You've misunderstood something. We are here to eradicate a unique local disease. What's happening right now is because we suspect the Director's involvement in a conspiracy. You have nothing to do with this. Turn them over to us. They had already turned all the flashlights off so nobody could tell what kind of expressions were on each other's faces. But I could sense Mion's expression distorting. And because of the darkness, nobody knew to stop her from screaming. Oh fuck. You murderer! You killed Shion! Oh, are you talking about this girl? Don't worry. She's still alive. She's just unconscious. Oh. She's alive. She's alive, Mii-chan. Mion didn't rest easy at their announcement, though, because she could know. Oh, I'm getting twisted up because it doesn't make sense. Because she could knew Shion's survival wouldn't help resolve the situation. Same with the guy. He's alive too. But if you refuse to turn these two over to us, we'll have to use them both as bargaining chips. What are you going to do to them? As Mion looked up to the top of the well in the dark, it suddenly became very bright, and she saw something unbelievable. Shion was unconscious, and one of the men was holding her. He was basically sticking her body out over the edge of the well. If the man let go of Shion, she would fall to the bottom. Oh no. They had no idea how far down it went. There was no way she'd survive. Shion! Shion didn't reply, but she moved just a little bit. Shion was alive. At least for the moment. No. No way. That won't push her off. Huh? What are you saying? They can easily kill a hostage if they have more than one. They have Shion and Kasai-san. He'll push Shion off and just ask the same question again. He means it. Mion lashed out fiercely at Kechi. He regretted saying what he just did. I'll give you a little time to think. But after 60 seconds, this first hostage will go down. Think it over very carefully. Ooh, what should we do? Mion was half crazed with fear and panic. They want me. Let them think Rika-san has already escaped. I'll go. They should be satisfied with just me. That plan sounded like the best idea for minimizing damage, but Rina quietly spoke up. No. Shi-chan and Kasai-san risked their lives to buy time so we could escape. If you went back, what they did would be wasted. Then what do you suggest we do? Are you saying we should let Shion die? Are you saying you don't care if Shion dies, Rina? Fucking damn you! Please stop, Mion-san. I don't know what to do either. Because Shion-san is my Nini. Oh. Mion started to cry as she held Satoko's head. The mountain dog's beam of light shone into the horizontal tunnel. Her eyes had grown used to the darkness, so even with a little light, they could sort of see one another. But, so what? This was a desperate situation, and Mion and Satoko continued to cry. Rina bit her lower lip, trying to hold her feelings in. Irie simply looked down. And as for Rika and Hanyu, they were restless. What do we do, Hanyu? I don't know what to do. I don't know either. Hey, you're a god, aren't you? Do something. Do something. Use your psychic powers to knock the enemies down. Help Shion. Only a miracle can save her. You're a god. Make a miracle happen. Slap. They all heard a strange sound. Everyone was surprised to see what caused it. Hanyu just slapped Rika in the face. Rika. Listen to me. Hanyu?
私たちは共にあまたの世界を渡り、人の身では知り得ないことをいくつも知ってきました。
We both have experienced many worlds, and we have learned much.
ある時はあなたが教えられ、ある時は私が教えられ。
Sometimes you learned, and sometimes I learned.
いくつもの大切なことを学び、 ようやくこの世界で最も大切なことを学び取りました。
We've learned so many important things, and now, in this world, we've learned the most important thing.
私たちが求めてやまず、そしてようやく得たもの。
Something we've been pursuing, something we finally got.
それが何かわかりますか？
Do you know what that is? It was how to make a miracle happen. A miracle is like a number you get on a die. People think that the result of the roll depends on God's mood. God holds the key to miracles. Humans don't have the right to control them. But, although humans don't have the right, they can perceive. They can perceive how to improve their odds, and how they can make a miracle happen.
奇跡の起こし方。
How to make a miracle happen.
リカ、
Rika,
あなたはもう知っているはずです。
you should already know.
私よりも先に知ったはずです。
You learned it before I did.
あなたが本当に大事にしたいこの最後の世界。
This world must be precious.
そのやり方を試さないのですか？
This world must be precious to you. Why don't you try it this one last time? Ah. Sorry, I need some water. Awkward water drink time. Okay. Rika's mouth hung open. That's right, she thought. I had forgotten again how to make a miracle happen.
みんなは逃げてください。
You all go ahead and escape. Rika stood up. Everyone was surprised to hear what she said.
入江、
Irie, take them.
みんなを頼みますです。
I'll go out there.
高野は入江も僕も殺すでしょうが、僕の殺し方には高野なりのこだわりがあるはずなのです。
Takano means to kill us both, but she wants to kill me in a certain way.
だから多分しばらくは殺されないでしょう。
So she won't kill me for a while.
冗談じゃねえ。でも必ず殺されるってことじゃねえか。
Oh, are you kidding? You'll end up dead anyway.
僕が出ていかなければ
If I don't
今
go,
すぐシーたちは殺されます。
if I don't go, she and Kasai will be killed.
なら僕が捕まっても僕が殺されるまでの時間はきっと反撃のチャンスにもなりますです。
I'll let them capture me. The time it will take Takano to kill me will give you a chance to counterattack.
リカちゃん、
Rika-chan.
考えてみたら
Whoa.
とっても簡単なことだったのです。
Thinking about it now, the answer was very simple. As she spoke, Rika stepped out of the horizontal tunnel and reached the ladder. The beam of light shone down upon her. In this dark world, her figure seemed almost holy, like someone receiving a divine revelation.
だって
Because
僕たちは絶対に勝てるってみんな信じてるから。
we all believe we can win.
僕もみんなも、そして神様までも信じてるから。
You? Me?
こんなのピンチでも何でもないのです。
You? Me? And even God believe in it. This is nothing.
ニパ
Nipa! Rika smiled, told them that she trusted them 100%. She believed someone would come rescue her before she got killed. That was why she didn't mind letting the enemy capture her. If it would save Shion and Kasai's lives, then it was nothing.
今上がります。
I'm coming up now, right now.
シンを引っ込めるのですよ。
Pull Shion back, okay? The Mound Dogs pulled Shion's body away from the edge of the well.
僕の仲間に指一本触れてみろ。
If you even think of touching my friends,
舌を噛んで死んでやりますです。
I'll bite my tongue and kill myself.
高野は自分の手で僕を殺したがってますから、お前たちは困ったことになりますですよ。
Takano wants to kill me personally, so if that happens, you'll be in big trouble, okay?
わかった。
Alright, alright.
上がってこい。
Come on up.
僕の仲間をこのまま見逃すのです。
Let all my friends go.
どうせお前たちの計画で
According to
や
your
がては全員死ぬのです。
according to your plan, they'll all die anyway.
その条件は飲めない。
No, we can't do that.
命は保証するが拘束する。
We won't kill them, but we have to restrain them.
じゃあお気の毒さようなら。
Well, that's a pity. Farewell.
舌を噛むよりここで手を離した方が早いわね。
It'll be faster to let go of this ladder than to bite my tongue. God, she is playing chicken so well against him.
この底は深いわよ。
This is a very deep well.
私の死体が出てこないと、それもまたお前たちが計画に困るんじゃない？
If you can't produce my corpse, then that ruins your plans too, doesn't it? As long as they captured Rika, the Mountain Dogs didn't really care about the others. They were ready to kill the rest if they resisted once they had Rika. That's why they wouldn't agree to Rika's request. They started to think that maybe they should just lie to Rika. But that was when they heard something. Hanyu started to speak in a clear voice. It was a voice with a very mysterious tone. It sounded like it was coming from below the surface of the earth. Oh my god, she's gonna do some godly power or something, I don't even know. But it also sounded like it was coming from heaven. Hanyu spoke. I am saying I accept the deal. She's gonna like Fire Emblem like transform into a dragon and just like roast like the people through the well or something. I am saying I accept the deal. I am saying I accept the deal. Quit complaining and do as she says, lowlifes. Damn. Rika Furude is coming up. You will fulfill her little request. Heaven will not provide to those who won't offer anything themselves. Stop thinking above yourselves, humans. Know your place and the sin of pretending to be more. Nightingale 1, the member who had been demanding their surrender, was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. He had been in such an advantageous position, but somehow it didn't seem like that way anymore. And that girl's voice, there was something strange about it. That voice belonged to something both holy and sacred. He instinctively sensed it. Humans can only negotiate with other humans. It's impossible to negotiate with a being greater than all humans. Oh, wait. I'll check with the commander. Wait a minute. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1? He had been very threatening until just a minute previous, but he had grown completely perplexed. Everyone was stunned by Rika and Hanyu's mysterious auras. Auras off the charts. We will come rescue you right away, okay? Reina muttered as she tried to hold back her tears. Okay, we'll accept your request. We'll let everyone else go. Rika Furude, you come up. Major Takano says there's something she wants to talk to you about. Okay, I'm coming up. Nippa! I knew it! Caught it a half second before it popped up. Nippa, I'm coming! Oh my god. She's great. She's great. Have we ever been looking for you, Rika-san? You're such an important person, so you can't just disappear like that, you know? That's against the rules. Me. Rika-san, we'll take you back to the clinic. Everyone else is free to go. We should save for safety, yeah? The assault unit that led Rika away headed back into the basement. They were about to break the rules, too. You aren't going to keep that promise, are you? A promise?
そりゃ何の話ですんね。
What are you talking about? And then just like a lightning bolt from the sky just comes down and strikes him down. Just brap. Whoa there. We don't want you to bite your tongue. Hey. As Rika tried to run, Okinogi grabbed her fragile arm. She fought back, but her resistance meant nothing against him. One of the mountain dogs took out a syringe from a case. It shouldn't kill her, but it would probably put Rika to sleep. Takano, after all, didn't need a chatty Rika, she just needed a live queen carrier. If Rika got that shot, that'll mean the end of this world. Before Rika could scream, the other dog covered her mouth. Hurry up and give her the shot. The dog with the syringe drew closer to Rika's arm. Rika was being grabbed from behind, and her mouth was covered. There was no way for her to fight. I believe. Even if I'm asleep, I believe. Rika kept repeating that in her mind. She believed that someone would wake her up, and that the first thing she'd see when she opened her eyes would be her beloved friends. Question mark! It happened all of a sudden. The man with the syringe spun twice in the air and dropped to the ground. Nobody, including Okinogi, could understand the sudden phenomenon. It defied the very laws of physics. Rika couldn't understand either. The man who was holding Rika from behind spoke up. I made it. Oh shit! Oh shit! His voice had such a heavy feeling imbued in it. I regretted it in countless worlds. Oh, that's such a dope moment. Whenever I realized it, it was too late. Who are you? The others took a few steps back, away from Rika and the man holding her. There are many units within the Mountain Dogs, so often its members don't remember each other's faces. There were just too many units, so nobody really paid attention. All the Mountain Dogs are more or less well built, but this man had an excellent physique. Oh, the fucking music? Ugh! Even Okinogi noticed that he'd never seen anyone like that in one of his units before. Rather, he actually wanted to recruit him. But... This is what I've been longing to tell you all this time. I came to help you. Yeah! Akasaka! The hands that were holding Rika left her shoulders. They left ever so gently. Damn you! And as soon as they did, they transformed into a pair of furious fists, which implanted themselves in the faces of the men attacking him from behind. They flew through the air. Casca hit those two without even turning around. Oh. 5 members of the Mountain Dogs surrounded Casca. However, he didn't even see them. He could only feel the deep emotion of finally being able to do what he had been longing to. And the 5 of them sensed it. That maybe, just maybe, he didn't even care that they were there. What are you doing just standing there? Get him! On Okinogi's signal, the 5 Mountain Dogs bore down on Akaska. Rika-chan, stay low. Okay. Rika dropped to the ground, and Akaska was left standing. Akaska, who came back to keep a promise he made with a girl 5 years ago. But his promise was worth more than 5 years. Rika knew that. Akaska probably understood it too. The promise went back 100 years. For 100 years, he regretted not being able to save her from the conspiracy. He believed that one day there'd be a miracle, that he could travel back to this day. That was why he continued to train himself. His strong will and Rika's wish made that miracle happen. That one and only miracle allowed Akaska to be here in Hinamizawa in June 1983. The first one went down in the time it took Okanogi to blink. Lowering himself to grapple Kasuga had proven fatal. He wasn't so soft as to let such perfect openings go by. Kasuga's hand smashed in the back of the man's head. His blow was powerful enough to smash a pillar of ice or shatter a mountain of tiles. As it happened, Kasuga was holding back a little so that his target wasn't too injured. Kasuga goes all out from the very first shot. That's why he needs only one shot. He is unrelenting. Holy shit! Oh my god! Akasuga's well-trained fists continued to knock down the mountain dogs, one member for every time Okanogi blinked. One hit per opponent was all Akasuga needed. This was the true essence of karate. Kasuga's colleagues praised and feared his power. His power is like armor-piercing ammunition! This is so hyped. This is so good. Weapons were useless against him. No matter how hard his victim tried to protect himself, it meant nothing to Akasuga. It's so good. It's so over the top, but it's so good. But he was too strong for the mountain dogs to even understand that. It was as if he was a giant. They had to crane their necks up to see. Akasuga didn't even give them time to think. Someone from the mountain dogs must have called up for backup. About a dozen more members had arrived. Don't worry, Rika-chan. As long as I'm here, I won't let them touch you. Me, I'll draw some pictures while I wait then. As Rika stayed low to the ground, she picked up a stick and started carving into the dirt. Rika, what the fuck are you doing? Oh my god, that made Okanogi even angrier, but he calmed himself down. Then, the warrior's intuition resting in Okanogi's blood came to a realization. Numbers didn't matter. Even the full force of the mountain dogs wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. All the combat units were still down in the basement. There was no way they could take him. Okay, I guess I have to take you down, huh? By the way, I remember you now. Your face brings back memories. Boy, you sure grown, huh? You. It can't be. You don't recognize me? Sure has been a while, huh? You've grown a hell of a lot. Good to see you again. It had been 5 years. This was a man Akasuga fought when he was investigating the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Kasuga had still been inexperienced then. A 5-year grudge. I was ordered to go easy on you, so I held back. But I won't hold back today. And that fat guy won't come to help you either. And then all of a sudden Oishi appears. That would be so good. Oh, come on. Still, you sure have improved a lot in the past 5 years, huh? I'm happy. I've been hoping for something like this for 5 long years. The rest of you stay out of this. He's mine. Okanogi took off all of his equipment and threw it on the ground. He loosened one button and then positioned himself. Seeing that, Kasuga realized he was somewhat capable and narrowed his eyes in vigilance. Okanogi took that as an insult. that Akasuka only thought he was somewhat capable. His behavior was telling Okanogi that he viewed him on the same level as the other small fry. Oh shit, battle stance! New pose, new character. Akasuka first moved to take up his stance and avoid getting Rika involved. Akasuka hadn't even moved one bit until just then. Okanogi could easily see that Akasuka was extremely strong, but at the same time, he thought he would be fairly simple to take down. Karate may be a martial art, but nowadays it was just a sport. The army combat Okanogi trained in was completely different. Obviously, Akasuka had studied a lot, but it's all just child's play. All he learned were routine moves and forms. Besides, karate moves are fairly straightforward. Okanogi was confident that he could fight any karate pro and win. Okanogi started leaning onto his toes and using his meticulous footwork. In contrast, Kasuga still had to move from his back stance. Kasuga was acting as if Okanogi's footwork was simply a trick, which infuriated Okanogi. Okanogi moved fiercely and nimbly in a manner completely different from how Kasuga was moving earlier. Kasuga remained calm, but Okanogi saw it differently. He can't react to my movements, so he's prepared to take damage in order to deal more. Roar. Whoa! Akasuka couldn't defend himself from Okanogi's quick jab, and it connected with his face. It was a quick but light attack. His purpose was to distract Akasuka and create an opening for Okanogi. Okanogi knew that Akasuka would use his arms to guard his face instinctively. Okanogi's real purpose was to attack his abdomen, which would then be unguarded. Of course, Kasuga didn't have enough time to guard himself. It took more than just good kinetic vision to prevent his attack. Only Okanogi, who trained for many years, had perfected the speed of that technique. Normal people would struggle helplessly while vomiting if they were to experience Okanogi's kick. It could even rupture internal organs. So it was pretty amazing that Akasuka was still on his feet. What's the matter, Mr. Karate? Can't you fight back? Too late. What? Kasuga mumbled something, but Okanogi couldn't hear. Actually, he did hear it, but Okanogi never imagined he could say such a thing in this situation. So, couldn't hear. He couldn't comprehend it. Too light. What did you just say?
貴様の一撃は相手を打ち倒すことしか考えていない。
Your attack is only meant to defeat your opponent.
だから重さが宿らない。
That's why there's no weight to it.
は？
Huh?
何をバカなこと言ってやがる。
What are you talking about?
空手は心を養う。
Karate nourishes you spiritually.
人を打つということは自らも打たれることを知るということだ。
To attack others, you have to learn to be attacked.
自らの一撃が相手に何を及ぼすか。
When one learns how
どれ
much
だけの痛みや悲しみを与えるかを知ったとき。
When one learns how much pain and grief their own blows deal to others.
人は打つ意味と打たれる意味を知るのだ。
They finally understand the meaning of strike another and being struck.
だからそれに至らない貴様の一撃には重みが宿らない。
You aren't even close to that level. That's why your attack has no weight to it.
それは俺が未熟だということか。
Are you saying that I'm still immature? Okanogi attacked Kasuga again, but this time, Kasuga was different. Kasuga blocked Okanogi's fists and legs. Of course, Okanogi was still the only one attacking. But Kasuga had started to become much more aggressive. Now, as Okanogi attacked, his hands and legs were being injured. Okanogi instinctively sensed that he was in trouble. He thought Kasuga was just a police officer, but his movements were too dangerous. He was merciless. He was dangerous. So Kasuga's training and experience must far surpass Okanogi's. Wait, that dynamic heel kick isn't karate, is it? Kasuga's heel kick missed Okanogi's head by a millimeter.
てめえ、空手以外にもやってやがるな。
You do something other than karate, don't you?
いいや
No.
私は空手しかやっていない
I only do karate.
嘘つくんじゃねえ
Don't lie.
さっきから明らかに空手じゃ見たことねえ技が目立つぞ
Some of the moves you're doing aren't karate at all. Okanogi was starting to become impatient. The reason Okanogi ridiculed martial arts as sports was because they were all hard-headed and only use set moves. This is how you strike in karate. This is how you punch in boxing. This is how you throw in judo. It's easy to learn, and that's why it's easy to win. But Akasuka was different. He said that he only did karate, and he must have spent unthinkable hours training. Yet, he was flexible enough not to be confined only by formatted moves. That was understanding at a spiritual level. So good. The spirit of martial arts isn't just forms. One simply learns forms to reach that spiritual level. Therefore, for one who has reached it, there are no forms. What Akasuka had was a philosophical spirit.
貴様の未熟さには落胆した
I'm disappointed in you. Shit. Akasuka stepped away from his original spot for the first time. He moved forward. He filled the space between Okanogi and himself with his inescapable conviction. As Akasuka walked closer to Okanogi, Akasuka's assault radius tried to swallow him whole. To be within that radius meant death. Okanogi walked backwards to avoid being in that radius. That was the result of his clear-headed judgment. Not because he was scared.
人を撃つ意味のわからない貴様に本当の重さというものを教えてやる
You don't even know the meaning of an attack. I'll teach you just how significant it can be. Oh! As Okanogi moved backwards, his back hit the van he came in earlier. He was cornered. Having your back to a wall didn't mean you were at a disadvantage, but the more it was pressed against that wall, the further a disadvantage it became. If Okanogi let Akasuka come any closer, Okanogi wouldn't even be able to take a combat stance. Okanogi decided immediately. The last chance he had was the moment before Akasuka took his next step. Akasuka's foot left the ground. He was taking another step. Now! Go to hell! No tricks, no feints. Okanogi lowered himself and attacked with everything he had. The attack was powerful enough to break Akasuka's ribcage and rupture his heart. I'm a professional, Okanogi told himself. I can't be defeated by this amateur. I'm Okanogi of the Mountain Dogs! Good for you. So how much did you get paid, huh? What a hard line. What a hard fucking line, dude. At that moment, Akasuka's eyes opened wide. Yeah! Fist to the face. All the mountain dogs heard a noise. It was Okanogi's head exploding on impact. It wasn't the noise of people fighting. It was the noise of a traffic accident. Oh. Okanogi's blow missed by a slight amount, and Akasuka's fist struck inches away from Okanogi's face. There was a dent in the sliding door of the van. The windows on both sides had shattered, and it looked like the van was in an accident. Was it even possible for a human fist to do this? Time resumed its flow, and Okanogi knelt down, falling to the ground. Akasuka didn't miss on purpose. Akasuka couldn't control his fist because he put everything into one blow. Okanogi should thank Akasuka. If Akasuka had been able to control his attack better, Okanogi's face would have ended up like the van. However, although it didn't hit Okanogi's face, it shattered his spirit. Defeated just by the showing of strength. Good job, Akasuka. Clap, 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 clap. Rika applauded, but in this situation, it didn't sound like applause. It almost sounded like Akasuka's fighting spirit was popping like firecrackers. Firecracks. Akasuka pulled back his fist, turned around calmly, and then spoke. Who's next?
面倒だから一度に来い。
I don't want to waste time, so why don't you come at me all at once? They knew. Everyone knew. That there was no way to defeat Akaska with their bare hands. They realized they needed weapons. They also needed more people. There should be a better equipped unit in the basement. All of a sudden, things began to move quickly. The remaining mountain dogs emerged from the basement. You're not permitted to fire on the surface. I repeat, do not fire on the surface. Phoenix 1, give us permission to collect R and retreat immediately. But the mountain dogs who just witnessed Akaska's battle against Okinoki realized it was time for them to run. They didn't even care about Rika. Who would even think of taking Rika from him after seeing what Akaska was capable of doing? When Okinoki regained his awareness, he jumped into a van with the mountain dogs as it drove away. Since Okinoki took off his intercom device to fight with Akaska, he had no idea what had transpired in the basement. After the mountain dogs broke their promise with Rika, they were supposed to round up the remaining club members. But when Akaska showed up, the dogs had to be divided into a ground force and a basement force, which altered the situation. Kasai had gone in counterattack, and then the other club members somehow climbed up from the well and helped him. Sure, they just somehow did it. Okay, good enough. That's all I need to hear. Since the mountain dogs weren't... I mean, I'm not necessarily criticizing the writing there, but it is very funny. It's like, hey, they split up the forces, Kasai went on a counterattack, and then the other club members somehow climbed up from the well and helped him, and oh, it's fine. You know what? It's great. Since the mountain dogs weren't allowed to fire on the surface, they realized it would make the situation worse if Kasai fired his guns once he came up after them. Okinogi was unreachable, so Nightingale 1 had ordered the retreat in his place. Who would bear the responsibility for this? It was probably Okinogi's fault for taking off his intercom device to fight against Akaska, as he basically abandoned his job as commander. But everything happened in the first place because Akaska showed up, so maybe it was his triumph rather than Okinogi's blunder. Either way, everything was miraculous. But the mountain dogs hadn't run with their tails between their legs. They had simply retreated for the moment. When they returned, they would have enough men and enough arms ready to kill all who stand in their way. And that would happen very soon. There was no time to waste. Rika! I'm glad you're safe. Yeah, I am. Thanks to a miracle. No, it wasn't a miracle. We worked together and one of us, Kasuga, came to help you. That's all. Ow, ow. That's true. Something like this can't be called a miracle. Okay, now it's our turn to attack. In the basement, the club members were talking about their grand counterattack. Rika was a little disappointed that she couldn't have joined them, but she was happy that Akaska told her what she had been waiting to hear. Rika told them about how heroic he had been, and he got a little embarrassed. Kasai was doing alright, but Shion wasn't doing too well. Of course, it wasn't life-threatening, but she couldn't hear well in her left ear, possibly due to being so close to an explosion. To test her hearing, Mion went around to Shion's left side and whispered some dirty words. She seemed to be able to hear them fairly well. Of course, she might have been hearing through her right ear, though. Shion decided to lie down on a tatami mattress in the torture room while Irie kept an eye on her. Mion was very worried, but Shion told her that she was okay and forced her to go ahead with the next operation. Mion complained that Shion didn't understand her feelings. Now they would have to come up with an idea to rescue Tomitake from the clinic. They had Akaska and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battles. Also, they had Irie, who knew about the secret basement at the clinic. They would have to get moving quickly, but they had to at least have a plan. It was almost 10:30 a.m. Because of what they had gone through, they were exhausted and it felt like it was almost evening. But if they were at school, it would be only the second or the third period. They had to pull themselves together. They had to regain their fighting spirit. Irie checked Shion's left ear with a pen light.
耳鼻科の先生でないとわかりませんが、
Ooh,
運が悪ければ
that sounds
鼓
painful.
膜が破れている可能性もあります。
I'm not a specialist, but your eardrum may have been damaged.
頭痛やめまいはありますか？
Do you have a headache or feel dizzy at all?
いいえ、
No,
全然へっちゃらです。
I'll be just fine. Irie wet his handkerchief and wiped Shion's face gently. Wet it with what?
驚いてます？
I don't know. Are you surprised?
木南沢ファイターズのマネージャーに銃撃戦ができて。
That the manager of the Hinamizawa Fighters was in a gunfight, I mean?
ええ、驚いています。
Yeah, I am.
あなたが死ぬ気だったとは。
I heard you were ready to give up your own life.
前原さんに聞きましたよ。
Maiber-san told me.
うわ、
Jeez.
ああいう言葉ってその場ではかっこいいけど、生き残っちゃうとめちゃくちゃ恥ずかしいですね。やだな。
Things like that sound cool in the moment, but when you survive, they're pretty embarrassing, huh? Man. If something happens to you and I live, my sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but sis does. I keep getting stumbled up on that because I keep thinking when someone says their loved one, you usually hear the term loved ones like plural, so I keep whatever.
茶化しっこなしです。
Obviously, she's just talking about Satoshi, right? But I don't mean to tease you.
あなたの思い人というのはサトシ君のことですね。
But you're talking about Satoshi-kun, aren't you?
さあ、どうでしょうね。
Well, I don't know.
今頃どこにいるやら。
Who knows where he could be?
生きてるのか死んでるのかもわかりませんけど。
I don't even know if he's alive or dead.
生きています。
He's alive.
Eh?
Huh? Shion's thoughts stopped in their tracks when Irie answered immediately.
北条サトシ君は生きています。
Satoshi Hojo-kun is alive.
彼は去年のあの日、不幸な心労がたたり、末期の発症を迎えてしまったんです。
He developed terminal symptoms due to excessive stress last year. Miyana and the other club members had already told Shion about the current situation, so she kind of understood what he meant.
私はサトコちゃんと同じ薬で治療できると思いました。
I thought I could treat him with the same drug I used for Satoko-chan, or on the same drug I used on Satoko-chan.
ですが、サトコちゃんが治療できたのは極めて幸運なケースだったようで、サトシ君の治療は困難を極めました。
But Satoko-chan was one of the very rare and lucky cases. Satoshi-kun's treatment has been very difficult.
そしてその治療は今も続いているのです。
It's still going on.
サトシ君。
Satoshi-kun.
サトシ君。
He is
生きてるの？
still alive?
今まで話せなくてすみません。
I'm sorry for not telling you this until now.
サトシ君は視覚核にいます。
Satoshi-kun is in the basement of the clinic. Huge for Shion. Shion and Irie returned from the torture room. Shion looked very serious, as if she had gained the determination to fight. Kechi and the others were just talking about how the enemy found where they were.
入江先生の着衣に発信機か何かがつけられていることは考えられませんか？
Do you think there might be some kind of device on Dr. Irie's clothes?
先生の私服ではなく、診療所で持たされるものや着せられるものにです。
Not his personal clothes, but something the clinic provides?
だとすると、この白衣くらいですが。
Do you mean my coat?
監督、ちょっとボディチェックします。
Excuse me, let me check. Shion checked Irie over like an inspector at an airport. Then she found a little button on the backside of his collar. It was a little round button. There was no reason why a button like this would be on the back of his collar, or of the collar.
こいつが発信機でしょう。
This is probably it.
連中はこいつを信頼してるから、直接尾行しなくてもここを突き止められたんです。
This is how they found us without following the car.
やられたわ。
Damn it.
となりゃ、 このボタンがある限り陽動作戦が可能になるってことだね。
But as long as we have this button, it's possible for us to create a diversion, right?
ボタンを持ったおとり隊が敵をおびき寄せ、その隙に手薄の診療所を襲い、富武さんを助け出す。
A decoy unit with this button can lure the enemy away. And while the clinic is short on staff, we attack and rescue Tomitake-san.
それが最善でしょう。
I think that's the best way. Oh, ho, 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 ho,
と
ho.
なれば、そのおとり隊が陽動するには、私の裏山が一番でございますわね。
In that case, the decoy unit should bring our foes to my hills.
そうだな。あそこなら敵を引っ張り回せるぜ。
Yeah, that area would be perfect.
しかもあれだけの山だからな。
It's pretty vast.
敵も相当の手勢を集めるだろう。
So the enemy will have to bring lots of men,
その分、診療所がガラ空きになる。
rendering the clinic practically empty.
読み切れないのはどの程度敵が診療所に残るかだ。
But we'll have no way of knowing how many will stay behind at the clinic.
診療所には敵にとっても重要な富武氏がいる。
Mr. Tomitake is there.
相応の守備を残すだろう。
So they'll probably leave an appropriate number of men to guard him.
となれば、富武より美味しい餌をおとりと一緒にするのがいいのです。
In that case, we should add something they want more than Tomitake to the decoy unit.
大丈夫ですか、リカ。
Are you sure, Rika?
はいです。
Yes.
みんなと一緒で貞子の裏山なら絶対に捕まりませんです。
As long as I'm with everyone else in Satoko's hills, I won't be caught.
裏山に精通してるのはこの中では部活メンバーだけだね。
Only we club members know the hill well enough.
おとりは部活メンバーが引き受けるといいかもしれない。
So maybe it's a good idea to use us as the decoy unit.
そうだね。
Yeah, that works.
その間に大人部隊は診療所を奇襲。
So the adult unit will attack the clinic while the decoy unit lures the enemy away.
賞賛は大丈夫？
What's the chance of success?
赤坂さんのおめこぼしがあれば。
As long as Akasuka-san pretends not to see anything?
警察の方と聞いておりますので。
Since I heard you're a policeman. Kasai spoke while loading his shotgun.
今はオフですので。
I'm off duty now. Kasuga replied while checking an automatic pistol. He hadn't used this particular gun before, but he was used to handling guns. He was prepared to fight too. Irie tried to memorize how to remove the safety, but he looked nervous.
赤坂さんは機関銃の経験は？
Have you ever used a machine gun before?
ありません。
No.
拳銃だけです。
I've only ever used handguns.
では慣れたものがよろしいでしょう。
Then maybe you should get used to it.
弾倉は十分に。
Make sure you have a full magazine at all times.
弾詰まりに備え、同じ銃をもう一丁。
And have another gun just in case the magazine gets stuck.
笠井さんは
Kasai.
すごいですね。
Kasai-san.
これはショットガンですか？
Is that a shotgun?
奇数発目
He's
は
like, yeah, what
スラッ
about
グ弾
it?
です。
The odd number shots are slug bullets.
面制圧も壁抜きもできます。
They can suppress enemies as well as destroy walls.
おお、散弾銃の立つって通り名は聞いてたけど、本当にショットガン使いなんですね。
Wow, I know people call you shotgun Tatsu, but you really are a shotgun expert, huh?
散弾銃は恐ろしい武器です。
Shotguns are very deadly.
ですから相手に当てずとも降伏させることもできます。
Therefore, even without firing a shot, my opponents may surrender.
あと皆さん、防弾ベストがありますので着てください。
By the way, I have some bulletproof vests. You should wear them. Kasai sounded very dependable, but at the same time, he reminded everyone that this operation would be a very dangerous one. It wasn't a simple fist fight. Even a veteran soldier can die in a gun battle. There is always a chance of death, regardless of how well trained you are. In fact, Kasai and Akasuka were the only people who could be depended upon. Kasai talked Irie out of carrying a gun because it might be dangerous for him to have one. Someone could get injured by friendly fire. Do not give Irie a gun. Mion suggested that maybe there should be more people on the team, but both Kasai and Akasuka refused because those who couldn't even handle guns at all might end up as dead weight.
なら、私が行くしかないですね。
Well, then I have to go, huh?
第一、火力が足りなさすぎです。
We lack firepower.
ファイヤーサポートに私がイングラムでも持ってきましょう。
I'll bring my Ingram to support you.
でもシオン、お前耳大丈夫なのかよ。
But are you okay, Shion? How's your ear?
ええ、
Oh,
もう治っちゃいました。
it's all better now.
ケロッとね。ご心配かけてすみませんでした。
I'm back to normal. Sorry to make you worry.
シオン、
Shion,
今私が何て言ったか聞いてた？
what did I just say? え？
嫌だな、聞こえてましたよ。
Of course I heard it. Ha ha ha. Mion had tricked her. Mion didn't say anything. Shion still couldn't hear out of her left ear.
シオン、危険だよ。
Shion, it's too dangerous.
正直に言って、おとりに混じるのも危険だと思ってる。
To be honest with you, you shouldn't even be in the decoy unit.
シオンはどこかに身を隠してて。
You should just hide somewhere.
おねえ、聞いて。
Sis, listen.
私、どうしても診療所に行かなければならない用事ができたの。
I now have a reason why I have to go to the clinic.
でも、それを今話したら、サトコまで来ると言い出す。
But if I mention it, Satoko is going to want to come too.
それはダメ。
But she just can't.
こっちは室内戦、向こうも撃ってくる。
There'll be an indoor fight. The enemy will fire at us.
それって。
Do you mean? Mion sensed it. She sensed the reason why Shion had to go to the clinic. That was why she didn't say anything more. If she was in Shion's position, she would go even if neither of her ears could hear.
危険ですわよ、シオンさん。
It's too dangerous, Shion-san.
考え直してくださいまし。
Please think it over.
サトコ。
Satoko.
シオンは救出隊に回る。サトコはおとり隊のエースなんだよ。
Shion will join the rescue unit. Satoko, the decoy unit is counting on you.
自分の仕事に専念して。
Concentrate on your job.
しーちゃん。
Shi-chan.
レナさ
Shi-chan.
んならわかるよね。
You know, right, Rina-san?
私が死ぬ気じゃないってこともね。
You know I'm not planning to die.
うん。
Yeah,
わかってる。
I do.
こういう時の女の子ってね。
Determined
絶対に
girls...
死なないから。
Determined girls can never die.
ですよね。
So true, Rina. So true. That's right.
殺されたって死ぬもんか。
Even if they kill me, I won't die. Shion and Rina gave each other a high five.
決まったようですね。
Okay, then it's decided.
では、もう動き始めましょうです。
Let's get moving.
シー、
She,
ボタンをこっちで預かるです。
I'll take the button.
はい、これ。
Here you are.
頑張ってね、リカちゃま。
Good luck, Rika-chama.
シーも頑張って。
You too, She.
シーが強く強く信じてきた奇跡だから。
You believe
今こ
strongly.
の瞬間に叶うのです。
You believe strongly in a miracle, and now it's going to happen.
だからきっとこれはシーのために神様が微笑んでくれたチャンスなのです。
Therefore, this is a chance that God has given you.
信じなかった日もあった気がする。
I think there were days I didn't believe.
それを誰かに諭された日もあった気がする。
I think someone even admonished me for that.
信じ続けるって大変なことだよね。
It is difficult to keep believing, isn't it?
でもあなたは信じ続けました。
But you believed.
信じなかったことを悔い、信じました。
You regretted not believing, so you believed.
だから訪れた今日をどうか大切に。
So please cherish this day.
今日を呼び寄せたあなたの強い意志の前に、目の前の苦難はもはや苦難ではない。
Your strong will brought about today, and you will no longer have to suffer what you have been suffering up until now.
あんた、お姉の新しい友達ですか？
Hey, are you my sister's new friend?
名前は知らないけど、ありがと
I don't know your name, but thank you.
う。うまくいきそうな気がします。
Yeah, I think it'll go well.
うまくいきますですよ。
Of course it'll go well.
お社様のお墨付きなのです。
Are you sure someone guarantees it? Laugh. But where are we going? We gotta probably call it a night here. Yeah. Especially with the scene change. Kind of just makes sense, right? Let's go ahead and save. Beep bop. Beep bop. Good chunk of reading, though. In our, as what I'm calling my third to last main series Higurashi stream. So here's the week ahead. Alright? So today's Saturday. I'm gonna clap to emphasize. Clapping to emphasize. Sunday and Monday streams. I'm really just focused probably on finishing Return of the Obra Dinn. That has been a very fun game, and I think a very fun series if you can get past me bumbling around just slightly. Nothing new to be expected, though. So that's really Sunday and Monday. If I finish Return of the Obra Dinn on Sunday, then maybe we'll do something on Monday, something different. Maybe I'll just take the day off. But basically, Sunday and Monday are dedicated to finishing Return of the Obra Dinn, hopefully. Tuesday, then, would be our second to last Higurashi stream. I will say this now, though. Don't expect Tuesday, the second to last main series Higurashi stream, to be super long. Especially that'll be my first day back at work after now being, again, quite some time off. And since I did this a little while ago, I remember that first day being rough, just mentally and everything. So don't be surprised if, like, it's generally kind of a short one. But it'll, you know, it should be the second to last one. So hopefully it sets us up for then the finale on Saturday. Also, I wouldn't want it to be super long because I don't want to somehow potentially maybe get, like, finish and or get... I'd much rather finish any game, but especially, like, Higurashi on, like, a Saturday, like, on a weekend. That just feels a lot better. So whatever we get done on Tuesday is essentially look at it more as, like, us kind of taking off some of what would be on our plate for Saturday's finale, is what I'm thinking. And I think we'll have the timing down pretty well on that. So then Wednesday, I'm thinking then we would do what I meant to do this past week on Wednesday, but then ended up missing stream, which is going to be probably a couple odd one out episodes for fans of that. And then also a Cursed Video Watching, the return of Cursed Video Watching, a segment I did once a long time before for the Price Master, quite some time ago. I finally got tipped off to a second video I should watch that is cursed. So we'll watch that as well. So a bunch of watching on Wednesday. Thursday, the Game Awards. I will be watching and live watching that. I'll turn my camera on just for that. So that's Thursday night if you want to watch that along with me live. I'll hopefully have that video on VOD up for Friday morning. No guarantees, but that's gonna be the hope. But it'll be hard to do if there's like some annoying like copyright claim stuff that generally usually tends to happen for Game Awards stuff, but we'll see. But if you want to watch live, that'll be Thursday night, so a stream on Thursday, unlike normal. And then Friday, I'm not entirely sure. I guess Friday would be emergency Return of Obra Dinn finale if I don't finish on Monday or Sunday, Monday, but I don't see that being the case. I don't imagine that being the case. So maybe Friday, weirdly, like, we start a new big game on the channel, especially because Obra Dinn will be done. And basically, it's not a game I plan on, obviously, finishing this month. It would be something that basically carries us into 2025, but that's kind of thing. And then Saturday, like I said, finale, Higurashi main series, and we will, we'll go until we finish, basically. I'm going to aim for trying to start, if you want, like, an official time. Don't hold me to it, but around the noon to 1 o'clock. So 12 to 1 Central Time. Central, what are we in, Standard or Daylight? I don't even fucking know. 12 to 1, whatever the current thing is here in my time zone. I'm so ignorant. 12 to 1, we'll start, and then we'll just go. We'll just go until we finish Higurashi. And then it'll feel good because we finish a finale on a weekend, which is always a better feeling. Always finishing a long game is good, but on a weekend it's nice. Then you have the weekend to digest the impact and all. So, and then we'll have much to talk about with Higurashi after that. So, thanks so much for watching. I'm going to head out. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, or what's left of it, which is not much to say the least. Enjoy your Sunday. Like I said, I should be back on tomorrow, hopefully during the day at some point for Return of the Obra Dinn. Potentially finale of that. I don't know. It'd be nice to. But I'm also being realistic. I'm having a blast with that game. But I'm not very good. I think I must be stupid. All right, just take it easy. Stay safe. Stay out. Stay safe out there. I'll see you in another stream, whether it's the next Higurashi or otherwise. Until tomorrow.